despite how difficult your job is, you are always just so optimistic, kind, respectful to everyone who you encounter. And we appreciate that so much. So we want to thank you for your 25 years of service to the city of New Orleans. We wish you the very, very best in your next endeavors. I have a proclamation from the city council that I'll read in just a moment, but I did want to open it up to some of the other members of the council as well. I'll start with Mr. Jeruso and then go to Mr. King.
Paul, good morning. I want to echo Helena's comments in that, we are really going to miss you. And it's a bittersweet moment because we wish you the absolute best and happiness and whatever is outside of City Hall. I can't imagine what that would possibly be. But you have been such an incredible resource to all of us. And it's not just the institutional knowledge that you have about how to accomplish things. And so many times inside government, you run into a brick wall and then it sort of stops. And you've always been a steady resource about, well, let's maybe think about it this way. But I think, as the vice president alluded to, it's also the way that you do it. And that's what really, I think, speaks such volumes about you is there are people who know things. There are people who have maybe good attitudes, but when you have people who know things and have such an even-handedness and care and principle and wanting to get it right, you don't often see those all together in public servants. And so I just want to thank you because I know whether it was for myself or Katie or Claire or all of us together, you've just been a tremendous asset that is candidly irreplaceable. And we wish you the very best in whatever comes next. And I just want you to know from all of us, we're really sorry to lose you tremendously inside city planning and for our sake, selfishly as well. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kramer. I found out a couple of days ago, sending you an email trying to get you to come to a meeting next week, and you said I'll be gone. I'll be gone by then. But thank you for all that you do. I was very shocked to hear you retiring because you look pretty young to be retiring. But again, thank you for what you have done for the city of New Orleans, and good luck in your future endeavors.
And before I turn it over to you, Mr. Kramer, I just wanted to list just a little bit more information about you and what you've accomplished while you've been here with the city of New Orleans. So Paul was one of 6 planning commission staff members that remained immediately after Hurricane Katrina, and he worked tirelessly in the many planning efforts that guided the city in its recovery after the storm. Mr. Kramer's years of service to the city has occurred under 4 mayors and several city councils. In that time, Mr. Kramer has mentored dozens of city planners, has conducted numerous neighborhood meetings, and has been a resource to the people of New Orleans, has been, of course, a dear colleague to many of those who are part of the City Planning Commission. He's also been a dear friend to many of you all as well. So, Paul, I want to turn it over to you for any words that you may have.
Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you very much for the proclamation. I'm going to look fondly back on my 25 years with the city, and it'll be a treasured memento. A lot has changed in 25 years. I have become one of those guys who tells others how things used to be. I like to note how my first week with the city was the week we got email. Even
Wow.
Even then, it was a little behind the times. Other advancements included televising and streaming the CPC meetings, converting the master plan and zoning maps to official digital formats, implementing neighborhood participation program, and most recently, the era of the study, with the CPC completing over 20 studies examining some aspect of land use in New Orleans. My career has taken me through Hurricane Katrina, which led to the creation of the city's new zoning ordinance, replacing one that was so old it was as old as me, and the city's first comprehensive master plan. My last 3 years have been very involved in text amendments to the comprehensive zoning ordinance. This has given me an opportunity to work with the city council and your staff members, which has perhaps been my most favorite part of my work here. Therefore, I am honored to receive the proclamation for the city council, and this is not goodbye, because I expect in time you will see me again, not at the table, but at the podium, where I can pound my fist and gesticulate wildly. I'll keep it under 2 minutes, though. I love the city and want to continue working to protect and improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Ordinarily, we do not take public comment during proclamations, but Mr. Burnside, who has obviously also followed your career, would like to make some comments, and he can be now your mentor as someone who has a lot of experience coming to the podium. Mr. Burnside.
Less experience pounding and waving my hands, but I confess to having done that more than once in my life. I would like to thank Paul Kramer. He's been a generous public servant, and I do believe that he is interested in protecting and improving the city, and I hope that he has future among us in a way that we can learn from him. I learned what a flum was, and at the risk of being completely wrong, I will say flum maps rule, realizing that M stands for maps, but I learned a lot, and I want to say thank you to Paul Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Let me just read the proclamation. Obviously, we list out a lot of Mr. Kramer's accomplishments, too many to read at this point, but let me read the proclamation piece. Be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognizes Mr. Paul Kramer on his 25 years of public service. We are deeply grateful for your longstanding and unwavering commitment to the city of New Orleans, your eagerness to collaborate, and we wish you the very best in your well-deserved retirement. Congratulations to you.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
I'm sorry. You asked me, I just wasn't ready at that second,
Okay,
but I do want to say one thing.
Councilmember Green would like to make some comments as well. Councilmember Green.
As a former member of the City Planning Commission, knowing how difficult challenges are at that agency, also as the former head of economic development for the city, having to work with the City Planning Commission, I just want to say I appreciate the fact that your job has been a difficult job and one that you've handled with the utmost professionalism and with the utmost interest in seeing our city continue to develop in a positive way. I appreciate the work that you've done. I know that you're moving on. You're going to stay in the mountains for a little while, but we know you're going to be right back here in New Orleans soon, working in some capacity that helps make our city better and helps to enhance the quality of life here. So thank you for the work that you've done so far, and I wish you the best as you move to the next stage of your continued excellent life. And I appreciate all of the work that you've done, and the citizens appreciate it too. They may not be able to feel sometimes everything that's going on, but our quality of life, which in many respects is a great quality of life here in the city, I'm very proud to have lived here all these decades, is made possible by the fact that there are people like you who are committed to making things better. And you've done that through your work with the City Planning Commission and other public agencies. Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate it.
All right, Paul, we'll take a picture with you.
Front and center, Paul. Oh, yeah, come on. Hey, CPC staff, come on up and we'll all take a picture together. Come on.
All right, good morning, everyone. I have a few proclamations and a few
Good morning.
important people in the city to recognize. First, we have Miss Toya Bodie. That Bodie? Bodie, I'm sorry, Miss Bodie, come on down. Miss Bodie is a local New Orleanian and a world-renowned chef. She has been featured on Good Morning America and Guys Cooking, the Food Network. It's a Good Morning America, is that correct?
No, it's actually Today's Show
Today Show.
and the CBS Morning Show.
CBS. I can't watch the
Yeah, just and Food Network, TLC, Hallmark Channel. Yeah, just to name a few. Sorry about
a
that.
nationally recognized chef born and raised in this city, and proud and happy to have you here this morning, presenting, recognizing you in front of the city council, in front of the city as a whole. So what we'll do is give you the mic and say a little about yourself, introduce yourself to the public and to the members on the dais, and we have some cookbook being passed out. So the floor is yours.
All right. As you said, I'm Toya Bodie, born and raised New Orleanian. Even both of my parents are from Uptown. I even married my husband. He's from Uptown. So it's pretty much in my veins and in the walls of my house at this point. And I've been a culinarian since maybe 2014 professionally, and cooking since the age of 9. And one of my main missions with all of the attention I get and the fame and everything that I'm gaining is to shine a positive light on a city. And I would like to highlight unapologetic, real New Orleanian stories that, strike up inspiration. I write in the front of my book, it's a cookbook / memoir called Cooking for the Culture. And I wrote in the beginning of the book is that I wanted to ignite so many fires that the path doesn't seem as dark, and that it knocks the dust off a dream waiting. And that's my mission and my goal to, represent the city properly and highlight our people, our customs, in just a real way that makes people know why people come to New Orleans and don't leave and want to stay here. So that's who I am.
Thank you, Chef. We'll have public comment. Clap. Husband clapping for you. That's
That's
nobody else. We're gonna have public comment from the dais, starting from my left, Councilman Jeruso, going down to Councilman Green.
Well, I just want to thank you for being here and for the book. I'm looking at it. First of all, thank you for autographing it. I appreciate it, which is such a nice touch. And now my wife will be pleasantly impressed that I have authentic recipes and that I'm following something that didn't come off the internet.
Oh, that's nice. You can cut up.
That's exactly right. That's what I'm looking to do. So I want to appreciate you so much. I know when you put something like this together, I think the people forget you put your heart and soul into it because it's got your name on the front and how much it must mean to you. So thank you for sharing your piece, your artistry with all of us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for representing Uptown. And I see a potato salad recipe. So my best friend literally is in potato salad competition with everyone. And so I'm going to kick his butt with this recipe. I'm looking at it now. But I just, see a fabulous, accomplished woman from New Orleans in front of us, and you just represent us so well in everything you do. And I love cookbooks, literally. So I'm very excited to have this gift. I'm excited to have you here in front of us, especially as these young people are looking at you, and admiring you. And so thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
It's really great to have you before us, and thank you so much for the cookbook. I've been having a lot of conversations with young people who are working to elevate themselves and push through barriers and really find their path to success. So, what we've got some 3rd and 4th graders looking on here, but we also have another audience that's looking on via internet or who may watch this later. And so I always like to ask successful people like you, like, what do you think was the key to getting you to where you are? Obviously, it takes a lot of hard work, but what do you think it took to get you to where you are?
Accountability, understanding that I make choices and those choices can affect people in a positive or negative way. And my path the same way. I was a troubled student for a long time. I tell stories in the book where I got put out of preschool, and I also, like, in the cookbook, it's a cookbook / memoir. So I talk about even being a teenage parent and how I had every statistic against me. And it was just, honestly, I have great parents who are very hardworking, and they don't accept no or can't for an answer. Like, there was no stumbling block put before me. And once I got into a lot of trouble, that was a big turning point when I got pregnant at 16. And I realized that, you know what, I affected everyone's life around me.
Wow.
I need to make a pivot. And I just kept changing and admitting like what I did wrong, or just being raw and honest with myself. And that really built who I am today.
So it was that commitment to really push yourself forward.
And accountability,
Yeah.
Accepting that, because it's easy to get in a situation where you think, oh, well, I'm a victim.
Right.
And I believe in fully, which is why I put watermelon on the cover of the book with my hand gripping it, because I wanted to flip any negative narrative. That's what I do with my life.
Yeah.
I take, like a rag, turn it into riches, that's just, it's the best outlook you can have in this life.
Well, we are immensely proud of you. Thank you for what you do. And thank you for, telling us your story. And thank you for highlighting the city of New Orleans and all the positives of our beautiful place that we live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. I really want to commend Councilman King on his efforts to try and lift up the sons and daughters of our city and the great things that are happening, because sometimes amidst all the bad things that are happening, we don't focus enough on the good things that are happening. When I see you there, it reminds me of something we don't talk about the culinary industry in our city. We have, so NOCA's got a culinary program.
Right.
And it is honestly the youngest program they have, though when you think about art and the culinary arts, it's really the most accessible art and the most native art to people in our city.
Right.
And having you here today reminds me, we have so many chefs who nationally make a name themselves on New Orleans cuisine that are not from here.
Yeah,
it is staggering how many people literally making themselves of, look, I'm a king of Creole cuisine, and you're from like California.
Right.
And
or a whole nother country.
Or a whole other country or something like that. So it's amazing to me. I'm so glad for the opportunity for you to be here for us to lift you up, because no matter how great the imitators are,
come on now,
a native sister is really going to show out when it comes to real food.
I knock over the table every time I walk in the room. I swear.
But you're an inspiration to a lot of people who are here in this room, as well as a lot of people that are watching at home. But more importantly, just keep being loud, keep being proud, because there are a lot of especially young women who are going to go through the doors where you've already kicked the door off the hinges.
I can't wait. That's
Thank
exactly
you.
what I want. Thank you.
This has already been a very special day. We have and they're so polite.
They're so sweet. They're so kind.
exciting. That's right. So kind. Thank you all. I'm so glad that you are here today and that we have young people in our council chambers this morning. It's an exciting day already. But I do want to thank you for your positive words and your positive support of the city of New Orleans, a city in which I grew up, went away for 8 years and then came back. I wouldn't have missed being here to kind of celebrate not only my youth, but my older life, because it is a great city in many respects. And you are an example. And I look forward to having this at the table. Thank you very much. On the table. That's right, online. But the main thing is it'll be in my house. It'll be used. And I appreciate that. And I will celebrate it with others, especially as we talk about today's meeting. But thank you for being so positive and so upbeat about a great city and about a cuisine and also just a culinary sort of explosion that we have kind of going on in our city in some respects. Recently, members of the council, the opening of a restaurant owned by a descendant of the Dookie Chase family,
Mhm.
Mr. Chase the Fourth. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated Camellia Beans, their 100th anniversary, you know,
Wow.
as an example of what we have here in the city that's going on a regular basis. You with your cookbook and your very positive attitude are going to help to enhance what we have in our city already. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your positive attitude. I look forward. Thank you for celebrating this with us. And I'll show this to the general public, especially those who are watching on television. Go out and get this edition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
First of all, thank you, and I love the fact in reading and for folk who know you, that you're not afraid to promote born and raised. Because it's salt, pepper, spice, hot sauce, born and raised.
Yeah.
When you touch something, when you stir something, excuse me, something for the proper people.
Mhm.
But New Orleans, you know, when you stir it, when you add born and raised, not only is it authentic,
Come on.
it's got souls in it.
Mm-hmm.
When you put a dash or two, now sometimes there's a certain amount of born and raised you got to put in it. But right now, there's a lot of our stuff that's absent, born and raised.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't mean you can't adopt it
Right.
and submit to it.
Yeah, because we're welcoming.
But when it's born and raised, that means it's automatic ingredients. That means you can get up in the morning and be it, do it,
Yep.
and create it.
Yep.
So the beautiful thing about your book, right, is that I look at the pretty cover and I look at your forward and what you say, but you ain't never got to read this book to feel it,
Yeah.
because it's born and raised. Love you, baby.
Love you too. Thank
Thank you. Thank you, council members. It's always difficult to follow Councilmember Thomas. Always. But
Born and raised.
raised. Two observations I made. The barbecue shrimp. I consider myself a pretty good preparer of barbecue shrimp. I see you got a recipe that differs from mine a little bit, so I'm going to try this tonight. But I mentioned born and raised, and I flipped to page 37. It says shrimp on bun, and that's
I
Now
first
that-
started cooking in the corner store.
that's not born and raised.
Bean.
That's not born and raised New Orleans. Shrimp on bun
On the
dress.
stove.
You know.
Right.
That says it right there. So thank you for all that you do representing this city. You do such a great job. Got tongue tied there representing this city. Thank you. And if you can, after the kids from Plessy do their presentation, if you could share some words of wisdom with them, as a local native New Orleanian who followed their dreams in the culinary arts, I'm sure we have some future chefs or some part-time chefs that want to follow your footsteps. So if you can impart some words of wisdom on them
Okay.
once they're finished their presentation. So
Okay.
that's it. At this time, we'll come down and take a picture, but I want to quickly read a snippet from the proclamation. And it's Bodie, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Toya Bodie, the Council of New Orleans presents this proclamation to Chef Toya Bodie for being an ambassador for New Orleans and representing the culture of the city in her body of work, cooking for the culture. We'll all
Thank
come
you.
down and take a picture.
Thank you.
All right, and have one more set of proclamations to go. It's a pretty good festive, upbeat beginning to a council meeting, huh? All right, so we have Team Bust 'em Up, as they're affectionately called on the West Bank. The Edna Karr High School Marching Band going to present proclamations to this band, to their leadership. I had the pleasure of twice following them in the Nam-Tok parade, and it is a sight to see when Edna Karr and LB Landry get together on Newton Street. The crowd comes out. If I had to be the judge of the competition this year, the two bands and everybody, they have a mini battle of the bands. And if I had to be the judge this year, I would say that Karr edged their Algiers rival this year in the unofficial Algiers battle of the band on Newton Street for the Nam-Tok parade. But Mr. Herrera, you do such a great job leading the men and women of that band. You've brought it to heights I don't know if it could ever be topped. It's considered by many to be, if not the best, one of the best bands in the city, one of the best bands in the state. And that's a testament to your leadership. And I know you are a Jackson State alum and part of their band, the Sonic Boom.
The Sonic Boom of the South.
Sonic Boom of the South, and it shows the J-State tradition is definitely reflective in Edna Karr. So keep it up and congratulations on everything you have done. So we have proclamations for yourself. Ms. Crystal Frank, the Edna Karr High School Assistant Band Director. Mr. Sean Jackson, Edna Karr High School Drum Instructor. And Maurice Bailey, the Edna Karr High School Assistant Band Director. So at this time, Mr. Herrera being the band director, I'll turn it forward to you, and then we'll have some comments from the dais.
Hey, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for this tremendous honor. Definitely want to introduce my staff, Ms. Crystal Frank, who's also a former student of mine, and also went to Jackson State as well. Mr. Maurice Bailey and Mr. Sean Jackson. With this lady and gentlemen, we definitely make it our business to give our children opportunity. Music is just our vessel to teach kids life lessons, so they could be better citizens, and give them the opportunity to seek higher education, to seek higher employment. Because band is not just what you see during football games and parade season. Band is year round. Band is keeping our kids actively engaged off of the streets, giving something positive to release a positive outlet to release their emotions through. And they learn life lessons. They learn discipline. They learn collaborative learning. They learn how to work well with others. And that's something that's not just done at Karr, it's done throughout the city. So I definitely, even though it's given to us right now, I definitely want to shout out every band director in the city of New Orleans for fighting the good fight and making sure that our kids are being productive citizens in our great city.
Well, we'll start from Councilman Thomas, to his right, work our way down to Councilman Charities.
First of all, thank you for what you do for entertainment and culture. You know, when you talk about the sounds, I remember Mr. Harris said Lawless, and then he went over to 35, and then Mr. Hamp, of course, his reputation at St. Augustine, and then the reputation that you're building. But just like we heard from Toya about New Orleans and the cookbook and the flavor, there's a flavor in our music.
Most definitely.
Noah Stewart, one of the great operatic voices in America. I interviewed him several years ago. And of course, Noah, I think, is one of only 2 or 3 Blacks who actually perform in operas and do arias and operatic performances around the world. And when I asked him during an interview, I said, so what is it about New Orleans? He says, our music, our cadence. You know, why does he love to work with New Orleans musicians? He said, because he said, y'all different, right? And as you look at young men and women that have been touched by people like you, whether it's from the Tonight Show to performing the Grammys to PJ Morton and so many others in between, people, they can never pay you enough for what you do. They can never give you commendations enough for what you do, is because as much as many folk try to water down our music, our faith, flavor, and our culture, it lives because of the young men you touch. And that cadence, as Noah said, that drum beat, he said, there's like New Orleans musicians, there's like a cadence that cannot be produced anywhere. And I want to be brief, but this is so real, what you're doing. And I'll never forget being in Africa and 3 tribes performing. And I heard that sound. I heard that cadence, because it is innate to who we are here. And it is innate to who we will ever always be, as long as there are people like you.
Yes, I appreciate that so much. You're right. New Orleans is definitely known as the Mecca of bands. Me being a New Orleans musician, New Orleans gave me so much. My city gave me so much. It brought me up. Music took me everywhere around the world with music. And that's the same opportunities we're trying to give our kids. Making sure that New Orleans is still the pinnacle of New Orleans of musicians for around the country. I appreciate you for your kind words.
Thank you all very much for what you do. Music is certainly an important part of the culture of New Orleans, but it's also important to recognize that it takes commitment and it takes practice and it takes desire to continue to go. Sometimes when you don't get that progression right or your line is not straight, you just got to go back and do it right. But I had the honor of being a member of the St. Augustine High School Band in the 1970s, 72 to 76. He's giving me my drum roll right now. It's going to come out. It's always going to come out. But I played the baritone horn and we participated in so many parades. We share a lot in common. You all have a great sound. You have great discipline. I had the opportunity to see you in many respects, obviously St. Aug playing games, for example, football games against you, but also just at parades and other events. You know, I know how hard a parade is. I mean, how difficult it is to get the participants motivated to do the long route, to try to keep those lines straight, to ignore what you hear from the sidelines, from the crowd, you know, keep focused in front of you. All of that takes discipline. But the very fact that you all have given your time to youth and to help them to be motivated to continue in school, to continue with their career, is something that we can applaud. Again, this is a great day already having you all here. And thank you, Councilman King, for 2 great observations today. Great acknowledgements of an individual, an entrepreneur and her family, and the Karr family too. Thank you for the work that you all do. And I look forward to seeing you continue that work throughout our city. And again, young people, look at these people here. They're giving their time to support young people because there is so much good in our community relative to youth. You all are an example of that, because one of the good things is that we have people who are committed, as you all are, to enhancing the quality of life through working with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all so much for being here today. I really want to commend the fact that we don't often, I'm the son of a elementary school principal, 20 years. And arts education is so important because it really teaches kids creativity, creative thinking. And there was a note in a story from last year, Mr. Herrero, and I think it's important we not overlook this. Last year in your band, 75% of the kids were new to band.
Yes, sir.
When you think about that, at the level at which, because as you said previously in articles, New Orleans is the mecca of marching bands. This is where you come to compete. For you to take over a program and last year have 75% kids who were new to band and build Carr into what it is, you are beyond talented. And we are so lucky as a city that you chose, when this position opened, to come back here and be a band director. I mean, to take that level of talent and to invest it in the kids at Carr on the West Bank, that is selfless and that should be applauded. Because you, sir, are like the Sean Payton of marching bands. Now, I'm not inviting the Denver Broncos of the world to come and poach you, obviously, but it is so amazing when we have people who do the right thing because it's right and who really invest in our kids and lift our kids up. And I can tell you that it's always amazing to me when you're on the parade route, people don't pull out their phones for the floats, they pull out their phones for the bands.
Yes, sir.
I mean, people who love Mardi Gras, they don't dance when a boombox comes by, or those obnoxious boomboxes on the back of trucks. They dance when the band comes by and is playing music. And for many people, especially those people who can't afford to go see Rebirth at the club or anything else, this is one giant concert season for them. And you guys are on center stage showing what you got. So thank you so much, Carr, for everything y'all do, but thank you for investing in those kids and letting them know that they mean everything to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, being a Carr alumnus, I'm home, so you don't have to worry about Denver Broncos of the world trying to pick me away from my home.
Well, good morning to you all. You have a beautiful band, a beautiful school. Thank you for all that you are doing to provide opportunities for students, guide them in the right direction. So appreciative of that. But really, we want to honor and really highlight you all for your dedication. And if you could, I'd like to know a little bit more about each one of you and how much time you have been spending at Carr, guiding children and being part of the band. We can start wherever.
Sean.
My name is Sean Jackson. This is actually my second year on staff, but I've been teaching since 2014. I actually had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Herrero in 2017 for a short stint. And I guess it was just destined for me to come back home because they called me back in 2021 and we here for the long haul.
Awesome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Maurice Bailey.
Mhm.
I have been working with Mr. Herrero on his staff for 7 years, and it is a wonderful journey working with young people. It's what we do, and we love keeping them in the positive light of music. Thank you guys for all that you are doing to recognize us.
Thank you for what you do.
Hi, I'm Crystal Frank. I've been knowing Mr. Herrero since I was a freshman in high school.
Wow.
He's my former high school band director.
Ah, I see.
So without him, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, I was sitting right in City Hall, getting ready to celebrate us going to London when I was a junior in high school. So he provided that opportunity to me. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to go to Jackson State and obtain my degree. And now I'm back home, just like he did. I came back home and I wanted to teach. And I've been teaching at Edna Karr since August. And I'm also a middle school band director as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome.
And, well, yeah, myself, Chris Herrero, as you guys know, born and raised in the state of New Orleans, lived in Verges all my life, went to Clares of the Lions, Paul B. Havens Elementary, and Edna Karr High School, Magnet School at that point in time. Went to Jackson State, majored in music education, graduated May 2010. I have been back home since August 2010, doing the band program from 25 kids my first year to the 120 plus you see every year. And really, if you count the auxiliaries, there's over 200 kids that we march down the street parade season. I just have a passion for music, passion for helping our youth. I know what music gave me, and I want to make sure the future generation of musicians had even more opportunities to what I had. And that's our whole purpose here at Karr.
You know, sometimes saying less is more, and I think I don't need to say anymore. What you all just said just is incredibly inspiring, and we are so grateful for what you do.
Thank you.
I echo Council Vice President Moreno. Everything you've said is inspiring. Everything that they've said, I echo. And again, just having the young people see you and see your accomplishments, and Crystal coming back to actually not only play, but teach high school and middle school. That's amazing and inspirational. So again, as the young people are looking on, I think this morning is just a wonderful example of what you can do in New Orleans and how we have so much local talent here, and you are fostering that. And thank you so much for that.
And again, thank you, Mr. Herrero and the entire staff for all that you do for our youth. I have a little cousin who's in the band. She plays the clarinet or the flute. I get them confused, but she was telling me about, her mom was telling me about how you invited Jackson State Band and the dancers to come to the school last week, and they had a chance to meet the band, had a chance to meet J State's band and get scholarship information. And she wants to attend J State. So your inspiration to just a lot of people that you really you may not realize, and just thank you for all that you do. It's unfortunately that the good stuff doesn't get highlighted by our local media the way it should, but as this council as a whole, we always try to highlight the positive stories from our elderly, middle-aged, our youth. So I want to thank the council for always doing that, and thank you all for doing what you do. And at this time, we will come down and take a picture and present these proclamations to you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more good news story. Miss Blanca Mack, can you come on up?
There's gonna be one more. Okay, but you're right. I might use it right now.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing good.
Great. I want the council to understand that we are now honoring Miss Blanca Mack, a native New Orleanian who hails from Tremay and graduated from Warren Easton. Miss Mack has focused on giving back to youth in a number of ways, including mentoring and direct service. Her biggest success has been teaching financial literacy to young people through her nonprofit, the Blanca Movement. She uses classroom instruction and mentoring, and her program is at KIPP Renaissance, Bonneville High, Grace King High, and more. Through this platform, Ms. Mack stands to offer financial literacy throughout the state, country, and internationally. She also wrote a book called The Book of Keys Part 1, and this assembles all of her lessons in one place. Ms. Mack, I just want to say the way that you are teaching financial literacy and equipping our young people for future success is admirable, and we honor you today. And I'd like to turn the mic over to you.
Thank you. I've heard so many impactful speeches. I wasn't initially prepared to make one because this is my first honoring, but I just wrote one that I would like to share with you guys that's very meaningful to me, my journey, what I represent, coming from Tree Me, and going beyond what was set in Tree Me. I had to become a role model that I didn't see and to fill a void that's globally and internationally necessary. I want to thank City Council and Council Member Ms. Leslie Harris for your recognition of myself, organization, tour, and accomplishments. I will continue to be a great role model. I not only represent myself, but the millions we lost in this journey for our rights and financial freedom to sit in privileged positions. My foundation, Tree Me, helped shape my perspective. Thank you to my mom, raising me as a single mother. You are my inspiration when I'm asked. Inspiration starts in the household, not on social media. So thank you, Ms. Trina Mack, my mom, for my Navy background, being able to diversify my solutions, exposure to the best education and school system, overall becoming one with the people. Tree Me, the community I grew up in and graduating with honors from Warren Easton Senior High School and being Hall of Fame there, representing hope to my scholars after me for generations to come. Too often we hear about violence in the community. Too often the Black and Brown community is seen in only one light. Today I represent an elite leader of excellence. My journey and testimony cultivated a passion to challenge my fears and to aim for the stars with no limits. The Blanca movement was born to solve a global and international void, create meaningful relationships and resources. I'm proud to spearhead the Blanca movement 444 Financial Literacy World Tour, seen on News 12 Brooklyn, New York, and it went viral. New York Daily, NOLA.com, Cleveland.com, MSN, The Plain Dealer, and many more. Through my 14 years of philanthropy and global activism, it's not how much you have, it's how many people you help. We need leaders, not in love with money, but in love with humanity. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I plan to use my platform to address global and national issues. Our global tour addressing the financial literacy and economic advancement crisis and bring awareness to criminal justice reform and prison reform, feeding and clothing the homeless while closing the generational wealth gap. My message today is keep guide number 1, be the change you want to see in your community. Don't be on the bench, get active on your road to success and universal change. My motto, bet on yourself and bring others with you. As the most impactful author of our time, Book of Keys Part 1 and 2, globally recognized as a college readiness book to push the culture and universe forward. As a key to the city of New Orleans, as a historian, mentor, and investor, these are the humbling moments I cherish. Today's City Council has made me feel so grateful to be a NOLA native. Thank you to my family for the continued support and wisdom. From yours truly, Blanca Mack.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. I'm gonna turn it over to my fellow council members. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you for what you do. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for recognizing someone who's really made their life the foundation of opportunity for our young people. So many of our young people, the inability to comprehend, the inability to be literate, the inability to understand much about mastering basic knowledge that puts them behind. And anytime we meet angels and blessings like you that do that, that's filling in the gap for what the school system ought to do. And sadly but true, it's filling in the gap for what families used to do. We used to learn at our mothers' and grandmothers' tables. We didn't have to wait to go to school. So hopefully at some point, family, especially Black families, will be important again. I'm waiting for that movement because when you study the history of our families, our education, our literacy, our commandments, our right versus wrong, our principles came from those families, and you're starting new families by arming children with what they need. Bless you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for what you do and your desire to enhance the quality of life for others in our community, and through your work, it's going to be kind of worldwide. I appreciate that greatly. There isn't enough emphasis on financial literacy. It's not taught as much as it should be in the schools. We know that. It's the classes that you sometimes avoid because the other classes are easier in college and things like that. But it's such an important part of enhancing the quality of life for families and for individuals. And so not to focus on just that because you're doing so much, but thank you for talking financial literacy and for promoting it through your work and also through your publication. We have to get to the point, I guess, if you will, where we're not afraid to talk about how important it is to be financially literate and also to invest, to do those things that create generational wealth. You know, we can't overcome all of the difficulties that were created by some of the discriminatory policies of the past, but we certainly can do some positive work to enhance the future by focusing on the fact that it's important to be financially literate and to be involved. I appreciate the fact that you're involved, that you're making sure that as a young person, this world is going to be better because of your work. And believe you me, not only today, but those who are watching, not only today, those who are here, but those who are watching will also be inspired by the fact that you're motivated to help others. Thank you very much for the work that you do and that the work is going to continue, we know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to echo a lot of my colleagues' comments, but I think it's important to note when you look at cities like New Orleans and the tremendous wage and wealth gap between different communities, a lot of that boils down to basic financial literacy and common sense, which people assume those individuals who are born into a family with means inherently learn the skills by watching their parents do things which come naturally to them through generations of ingrained financial literacy on things like how you build credit, how to open a banking account, how to make sure you pay every single bill on time before you tank your credit before you turn 18, and all these really basic things. And there's a reason why in large urban communities, you have this complete segregation of wealth opportunities because there are young men and women, future entrepreneurs, that before they have their first idea, they're already 10 feet in the hole because they didn't do basic things beforehand. They didn't realize that building credit isn't just avoiding getting a credit card, it's getting the credit card and paying it off on time. These are the things that other families are taught literally from when they're 6 years old, watching their parents manage their money. And a lot of households, they don't have that opportunity. And it's not something that happens through osmosis. It's not something that necessarily you can learn from watching a TV show. You need someone to sit down there and explain to you, because in a lot of ways, it's like learning how to read. Like you can't learn how to read by throwing a book at somebody. Someone has to sit down with you and work through it. And it's so tremendous what you're doing because of your efforts, you're not just helping young people become financially literate, you're teaching whole generations of people to be financially literate, because once they understand what they need to do, they're going to pass that knowledge to their children and their children's children, and you're breaking a very egregious and awful cycle. And I'm sure you know this, and I'm speaking of the choir, but you cannot count on companies, including credit companies, to help people become financially literate, because their profit model is people being financially illiterate.
Yeah.
So without people like you in the trenches teaching people how the system works and how to avoid the system taking advantage of you, they just become another casualty in the system. So I commend you for your work. I thank Councilor Harris for having more good news at the beginning of probably what will eventually become a contentious meeting, because they all become contentious. But thank you for being here, and you're an inspiration to all of us. And I hope many people who are watching this understand that people like you are really what's going to help our community come out of some of the holes that we've been dug into generationally by obstacles that have been put in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to start off by thanking Councilman Harris for inviting you. This is another example to our young people in the audience of what a person from this city could be if you just, like you said, bet on yourself. I think that's very important, always bet on yourself, because if you don't bet on yourself, who will? And financial literacy is something that you preach along with being prepared for college, eating healthy. And if I want to talk about the financial literacy part, because in the Black community, that is missed so much. It's kind of a taboo subject. And it's also why there are so many cash advance places in our neighborhoods, and you don't see that in other neighborhoods because the lack of financial literacy. So that is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I want to thank you for teaching that and letting people know. I think Councilmember Morrell said it perfectly. It's like learning how to read. You don't learn how to read by throwing a book at somebody. You gotta teach them and get in the trenches with them. That's true. So thank you, Ms. Mack, for all that you do for our city. And again, children, you've had 3 great examples of what you can be and how to do things right, and always bet on yourself.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Mack, we're going to come down and take some pictures, but I just want to follow up by saying this. You are an inspiration to not only the young people here, but everybody in this audience. And we have 2 women authors here today. That's amazing.
I saw that.
And 2 Black women authors from New Orleans here today. And that just shows, again, how much local talent that we have. And as Councilmember Green often says, and Councilmember King, we don't highlight this enough. The media needs to get a hold of you and do interviews with both of you.
Yes.
To understand what you're doing for this community. And again, I'm so appreciative. So we're going to bring a proclamation down, take some photos, but thank you for being here today.
Councilmember Harris, can I add something?
Yes, ma'am.
I think everyone added to my story and journey, and what people don't realize is success is not built overnight, and you have to keep going. And I believe sometime when we're on the road to our journeys and future, we just want it instantly. And I've been doing this since 2009 and haven't wavered with my faith. I was exposed to philanthropy at Warren Easton. So those pieces are the intricate pieces that has shaped my reality. And financial freedom is the goal, regardless to being Black and brown. It's more prone in that area because of our environment. And sometimes our environment shapes our reality, unfortunately. And when we don't get out of the local mindset, it doesn't produce the scholars that we need. And unfortunately, even in a school system, systematically, they don't have the programs that they need. So I learned physics in 4th grade in Norfolk, Virginia. And that's only because my mom exposed me to a Navy background. You know, so everything has its pros and its cons, but I thank her for that because it opened my eyes to see, you know, how disadvantaged and the disposition that scholars can graduate but still not be ready for life. So that's what inspired me to create the 444 tour for financial literacy, because I go to different schools, state to state, to teach credit. And it's not talked about in the household. And that's where a lot of your foundation, even from back in the day, it used to come from the grandmothers, the tribe that raised you. And the more we get removed from our principles and values, it's hard to reel that back in. Now you have social media impacting their daily thought process. They pick up a phone more than they help someone on the street who need help. So that's very unfortunate. And because I was able to see that in, you know, through my journey, I just put it all together underneath one umbrella, the Blanca movement. So when people partner with us, or schools partner with us, they get, you know, a lot of bang for their buck, you know, through partnerships. They get a college readiness book. We've donated 20,000 books, which equals up to 15 million, because it's college readiness is $750 per book. So yes, I would love to be an inspiration to others, but at times I have to remind myself that I have to be an inspiration to myself, because I have a son. His name is Elon King. So I created that book. So, you know, in life, I can say, well, you know what values and principles I wanted for you as it relates to a personal journey, but I created it for international and global journey because we're so far behind, more than 400 years behind, and no one is stepping up or using their platforms to advocate on how to push the culture forward. You wouldn't have a wealthy without a poor. So I, you know, commend everyone in this room who's being honored by you guys, but it's also imperative that we understand who our leaders are in the community, embrace that, and start creating positive dialogue around credit. If we keep sweeping it under the rug, we're going to keep branching out to other states and they're going to pay homage. And I think it's unfortunate, because I do a lot of work in Brooklyn, New York with the tour, and working with Jay-Z, alma mater, George Washington High School. And I love them and the students, but I want our city to lead by example and create some change and embrace leaders so we can get the stop the violence down And a lot of it comes from the youth, because if you give them the resources of credit, they wouldn't feel prone to go to the streets.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Council members?
I got one, two, three. One, two, three. Yeah, y'all want to get? You want to get in? Oh. Here, I can do it on your phone. Okay. All right, y'all, for Miss Max camera. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. All right.
We have a Charities School, Mr. Goodwin, next, please. Madam Clerk, first, I'd like to take this opportunity to, I know Mr. Goodwin is at the dais. Anyone else from the school here? No, Ms. Williams. Miss Williams. First of all, thank you guys for the town hall that we had with the young people a couple of Thursdays ago, especially at the Youth Study Center. It was very heartfelt, very revealing, and something we need to do again. More people need to sit down and have personal, off the record, off the air conversations with our young folk who are part of the criminal justice system. We can learn a lot. And, I enjoy coming there, talking with them either one-on-one or with our group. But today we're going to recognize the Traverse Hill School, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food, festivals, and famous citizens and foreign visitors. Whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities. Now therefore be proclaimed that the city council recognizes Mr. Goodwin and the Traverse Hill School in recognition of being one of the 41 schools across the state to earn the title of Louisiana Comeback Campus. Give them a hand, please. And because Mr. Goodwin is here, I think I can represent my mom a little bit, T. Nettie, who's my dad grew up with your family. And if you don't know the Goodwin family, there's no greater family when you talk about commitment to service and education. Your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, your family has always done what you're doing. And because they always did what you're doing, I know part of your life, part of Miss Williams' life for these kids, you really have no other choice for what you do. So I know we recognize in Travis Hill School, Travis Hill was fortunate enough to get a good one who's famous in our community for education, who's famous in our community for giving back. And God bless you for that. This is your time to say something if you want, then comments from our council members. It's a good one.
Good morning, Council.
And how did y'all get to be, the irony of this for our audience is these kids are detained and they're learning at a better rate and achieving at a better rate than many of our kids in schools who are not detained. There's something right about what they're doing, but there's something wrong about the other picture. Mr. Goodwin.
Good morning, Council. Thank you. It is a prestigious award. I have to give all the credit to the kids and to the staff who put in the time and the hard work to attain this status. It is hard work. But one thing we do with kids when they come into the facility is teach them that there's no such thing as I can't do, and we don't take no for an answer. So inside the facility, along with Ms. Williams' great help, kids don't get an option to whether they want to come to school or not. Kids don't have a choice. When they come into the school, we have kids who can't read, kids who don't have, the wherewithal to add or do certain things, but we impress on them. We do small groups. We show them that they are greater than what they have been told they are. And I think the biggest thing that we get to see, and the biggest thing for me that we pour into kids is the love piece. Because a lot of these kids don't know what love is. A lot of these kids have been let down. A lot of these kids have been disappointed. So to come into the facility and have a staff with my staff, the school staff in the facility, showing them, true love, showing them that, they can be successful in life. They can be something better than what their circumstances say that they are at that time. So my hat is just off to them and to the school district for giving me this opportunity and this platform to be able to push these kids forward.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I don't know if you want to say, but that is quite an accomplishment to be one of Louisiana, especially in a system that's not recognized for its academic achievement, to work with a group of kids that society is really trying to figure out what to do with, many are cast aside. To be one of the 41 comeback campuses is a major accomplishment. Councilmember King.
Thank you. Also to Ms. Williams, thank you. I see you in the back being shy. You have a heavy lift, and it's a job that a lot of people don't want to take. But the fact that you take it, you sign up for it, and you do a great job, speaks a lot about yourself. And those young men and young women there, they're going to be better people because of the work that you do. I see she's coming down now. And also the work that Ms. Williams and the entire staff do. So I could speak on and on about JJIC, about Travis Hill, but your work speaks for itself. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. I think it's important to note you guys have been there since 2016, as I understand it, right? And your dedication and continuing to service and work with these children who are in crisis, and to punch above your weight, because oftentimes when we talk about charter schools and the charter system, there's a lot of conversations around cherry picking your students. Like the most high performing schools happen to be the ones where all the high performing kids go. So when a school like yours receives an honor like this, it's especially important to highlight that you're the opposite of cherry picking your kids. You're taking the kids who have the most struggles, who have the most obstacles to being successful in education, and through time, care, belief, faith, and patience, you're taking these kids in crisis and making them students and scholars. And we really appreciate everything you do, and we will continue to support everything you do. So thank you for being here today.
Councilmember Green.
Mr. Goodwin, you called it restorative practices, therapeutic practices and restorative. And those are two important words that you use, restorative and therapeutic. It certainly makes a difference. It also is an example of what should be done in other places. I mean, obviously the youth who enter the facility have whatever the issue is that caused them to be in a situation that they're now kind of incarcerated and separated from the rest of society. But it's important to recognize that your school plays an important role in their personal development as well as their academic. This comeback award is an example of academic achievement generated by your focusing on and helping them with the things that need to be done at the time. So it's not just a punitive situation. I like the fact that you mentioned that in other institutions, they take away education as a punitive measure, which is so counterproductive, contradictory to what should be the goal of any youth. Any institution that houses youth that you're trying to help to return to society to do better. So thank you very much for the work that you do. Thank you also for the work that you do and your commitments to youth in our city. Mr. Goodwin, are you related to Sean Goodman?
Yeah.
That's your little brother. What school did you attend? St. Augustine High School?
South End.
No, of course, I always throw that in. But the bottom line is that, Mr. Goodwin, thank you very much for the work that you do and for your brother too. But the main thing is that you're in a very important educational institution in our city. It's not just about the incarceration. It's about the restorative practices that are making those youth more productive in our society. And thank you very much.
Ms. Williams, anything you want to say before we come down for pictures?
No, I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Goodwin in the Travis Hill School. I was kind of standing in the background because this is much deserved by him and his team. We work collectively to make sure that kids get to school each and every day, but it's the hard work and dedication by the teachers that are actually taking the time to educate those students and prepare them for standardized testing and just basic language, math, reading. And so I kind of stayed in the background because him and his team truly deserves this. They put the time and the effort into making sure that those kids are receiving the appropriate education that they so rightfully deserve in spite of their circumstance.
And thank you guys. I look forward to our next session. Because of juvenile laws, I don't want to say the name of the kid that I agreed to mentor when his time is up. But I talked to members of the collaborative. We ready. We're looking forward to his release. And I'm looking forward to helping him change his life and calling him little brother. And in talking to the collaborative, I'm trying to get many more to want to do the same. So tell him I said he had his best. I'm watching him from here and that I expect him to do well before we get together on this side.
And thank you for coming and thank you for your dedication. As always, there's an open invitation to city council members to come and see the change and the work that is being done at JGIC. The kids, as you know, when you came, were appreciative and receptive and just excited to know that there are other people outside of JGIC that truly care. So thank you for your time and your commitment.
Tell Mr. D, that's all I'll say. I'll be waiting on him.
Okay.
Let's go take pictures, please. All right.
Any more St. Aug grads want to be recognized?
I'm sure in the next grouping there will be.
I got you.
Morning, James.
What is you? Okay, great. Congratulations. brother.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to get you. Got mine.
They won't steal this spot.
We're gonna be here a long time today. Hey, man,
That's
look,
it.
I'm gonna tell myself back off on all this. Just do 1 or 2 a month. You know, all this honoring of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're gonna get the meeting started. Madam Clerk, whenever you are ready, I believe we have a quorum.
Councilmember Thomas,
He's present.
Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morrell,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. The invocation today will be done by our great friend, Pastor Weathersby.
Shall we all stand? First of all, let me say I'm honored to be here to pray before our council meeting. Let us bow our heads and look to God. Father, how we thank you for this day, the wonderful blessings that you've bestowed upon us. We pray to God that you will bless this council with pure minds and pure hearts. You'll give them compassion and that you'll give them integrity so that they may be able to do their job well. We're grateful for the cities and citizens of this great city. Pray, dear God, that you will allow all that is done today be beneficial to us for a well-lived life. We give you glory in advance for all that you will do. It's in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen.
The Pledge of Allegiance, as well as the national anthem and the Black national anthem, will be sung and led by Homer Plessy School. Students, you could come stand right here. Going up. I don't know. You might get a picture of that. However you see this. We do the pledge first and the anthems. So the pledge is being led by Miss Amelia Mango. Is that correct? Is that correct? Amelia, you're gonna do the pledge?
Come here, Millie.
Can she see it? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Great job. All right, and I believe with the great job. And with the approval of our council president, JP Morrell, I believe for first, we're gonna have the Black National Anthem performed in the city council chambers. So she said yes. All right.
The first time, this time. Plessy.
Before you guys leave, and y'all can continue to access. I want to make a comment real quick. I know a lot of my colleagues, especially my colleague next to me, likes to clown about his alumni ties to certain schools. And I would say that
Don't hate us, don't.
I am an alumnus of the Little Red Schoolhouse in the French Quarter that y'all go to. And it is a very, very special place. And it will remain a very, very special place for as long as I'm up here. So, thank you.
Look.
Oh, yeah.
All right, before we get started with our, before we officially get started with the agenda, we do have members from the Plessy family that wish to speak if they for a point of personal privilege. No? Want to speak? The CEO of Plessy want to speak?
Hi, good morning.
So she need to,
Just gotta pull it closer.
1 second.
So for those who may not have been paying attention, the Orleans Parish School Board at one time had planned to close the Homer Plessy School in the French Quarter and relocate them to McDonald 42. That plan has recently been halted through communication with the community and the faculty and parents and even the students who sent several emails. The Orleans Parish School Board has decided to stop that plan and keep the school and the children in the French Quarter. So you can clap for that.
Okay. Good morning, members of the council and council staff. I am Megan Ray Chowdhury and I am the CEO of Homer Plessy Community Schools. And I stand here before you incredibly proud of the children who just performed a few minutes ago. For nearly 300 years, New Orleans children have sought education in the French Quarter. This historic legacy was threatened this past week with the news that New Orleans Public Schools was moving us out of our Homer Plessy campus, also known as the Little Red Schoolhouse, and formerly called McDonough 15. Yesterday afternoon, we were notified that this decision had been rescinded for now. While this is wonderful news for our staff, students, and community, we now have to pivot our main priority, which is determining how NOLA Public Schools plans to secure funding for the $18 million necessary to complete the upgrades to our 91-year-old building. Our historic French Quarter campus deserves the required renovations and improvement to remain a place of learning, inspiration, and joy for generations of Plessy students to come. We are grateful to Council President Morrell and Councilman King for inviting us here and recognizing the impact that our school makes on the entire French Quarter community. We would like to ask for your continued support to find a way to work with NOLA Public Schools to fund the restoration of our school. Homer Plessy is not just important to the children we serve, but to the city of New Orleans as a whole. The Plessy French Quarter campus is not just a place to educate children, but also a vital part of what keeps the Vieux Carré a living, breathing neighborhood that deserves preserving. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Councilman Harris, special order 1.
Do you want to announce it? You want to read the first order of business? Okay. Oh, okay.
Approval of the minutes for council meetings February 2nd, 2023 and February 16th, 2023.
Moved by Councilman Harris, second by Councilman Green. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The minutes are approved.
The first order of business is a presentation by the Mardi Gras Indian Council. If y'all want to come on up. and they'll be discussing Super Sunday and St. Joseph's Night and some, I hope, some challenges. We'll talk about some challenges y'all have had. Chiefs, you want to introduce yourselves?
I'm Big Chief Tyrone Cabs and Mohawk Hunters, downtown Algiers.
Chief Howard Miller, Chief of the Creole Wild West Mardi Gras Indian, the first tribe, the oldest tribe, the granddad of them all, out of Central City.
Michael Farley, Assistant Director of the Mardi Gras Indian Council. Bertrand Butler, the Executive Director, the New Orleans Mardi Gras Indian Council. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. Can you talk about Super Sunday, St. Joseph's Night upcoming? But Michael, also, again, I know you and I have talked multiple times about some challenges that y'all are encountering that hopefully in the future we can resolve before Super Sunday comes by.
Okay, well, I'll yield to the Executive Director as it pertains to Super Sunday. Yeah. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Can you talk about the upcoming Super Sunday, the plans, how it's going to be, and just tell the audience what to expect, and St. Joseph's Night, because I know it's the same day.
Well, Super Sunday is held to celebrate New Orleans cultural in the community. It's art, it's food, it's music, and et cetera. And more than less a community function, getting the community, the New Orleans community, together to appreciate the culture of New Orleans. And we're doing it on it's a free event. And we've been doing that for approximately 40 years. And we've been a group, we've been organized for about the same amount of time, 40 years. And let me add this, the council just didn't happen just to happen. It was the seniors, Indian chiefs, that put us together. And that they will be alive today, case in point, the chief of chief, Robert Lee, he will be over 115 years old today. Him and Didi, Mama Amelia, and the rest of those, Bozo, Donna Harrison, and the rest of them, called a meeting together and say, this must be done. What must be done? That the Indians must organize, because if not, it's going to go down the drain with everything else. So we took the advice of the seniors and we organized. And we got tribes from throughout the city, lower Ninth Ward, uptown, downtown, back of town, out front of town, all over the city. And anyone in a tribe that's not associated with us at this present time, we want them to feel free, that they're welcome to join the New Orleans Mardi Gras Indian Council. But we do have rules and regulation that we govern by. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just add to that. The New Orleans Mardi Gras Indian Council representing the tribe is not only the council, we represent all tribes, whether they're in the council or not. We feel that we're representing them. This culture is one of the greatest kept secret in America and throughout the world today, is the Mardi Gras Indian culture and what they are truly about. And I myself have been part of it for 53 years, from a child up until now. It is a great experience to be a part. Sometimes people wonder why you spend all your money and your time in this here, but this culture means a great deal, not only to us, but our community and our heritage. So this is why we further this culture. This is why we be about it and to extend it to where it is today and possibly hope to grow on. As I stated earlier, that we were the first tribe, the Creole Wild West. Our history dates back to the 1800s. We first were chartered in 1835. So this tell you how far we go back before Mardi Gras even was even started to exist. The Indian culture was already intact. And it's about our African heritage. This is what it's about. We disguise as Indian to practice our African culture because it was not forbidden here in the South. Nothing about Africa was forbidden. So in order to practice our culture and be ourselves and to try to extend our African culture, we had to go up under the skies of Native America to be ourselves, to be able to come out here on these streets. Now, we've been through a lot of hardship through this culture. We've been through a lot. We wasn't recognized and we were not respected in this culture. Today, it seems to be a better heel for us that we are going up. People starting to recognize us not only here in the city, but around the world. And that look at this culture and say it's something unique and it's different. And today, I want to thank you guys for the council for having us here and recognizing us. That says that what we do is greatly appreciated when you all call us and say, hey, we want to recognize what you all do. And we want to thank y'all for that. And I myself, I like to thank my team. I have a great team that I work with. And without them, then I would not be who I am and be able to serve and do what I do if I didn't have the team that I have behind us and protecting up this here culture. So I want to thank you all.
Well, the question again, Super Sunday. I'm glad to give you that history because Super Sunday is a spinoff of that particular history. And Super Sundays are now held all over the city. Once they were only held downtown. Now we have it uptown, crosstown on the West Bank, because not only did the city embrace it, but they realized the importance of the impact, the economic impact that is held, because not only people come out of our communities to see us, they come from all over the world to see. They don't have to get a $200 ticket, no knock on Jazz Fest, but they could come right uptown Sunday and see some of the most beautiful Indian costumes in the world. So today we're talking about Super Sunday, and Super Sunday, we've had some obstacles. In Uptown, our Indian Sunday, Mike could address that because he deals with it directly. On the West Bank, we've been blessed to have some pretty good city council people. Freddie King not there right now, but we're going to still have some good Super Sundays. And Super Sunday this coming up Sunday on the 19th. If you want to see some beautiful Indians and a beautiful community event, come to the Super Sundays because that's what they are. Mike, you might want to give a spiel about it.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for the invitation to be here. I pretty much work on the administrative side of the Indian Council. And one of our biggest challenges has been once we submit our application to One Stop, our biggest challenge is that there's seem to be not enough handshaking between the different agencies and departments. We still have to do a lot of lead work to coordinate and get things done. Give you a case in point, we've been trying to get a hold of our enforcing our no parking zones, for an example. And over the years, it's been a challenge. And to the point that this year, we've had to make several different calls to several different departments to just get, so to give an example, like we're doing Mardi Gras, we would see a team of tow trucks come through and tow cars away. But in our community, we may get 2 tow trucks. So what we have is what we consider sometimes to be a public safety, where you have people and vehicles in an area where it should be just pedestrians. So those are the kind of things that in the future, we would like if all the departments, or whoever were in charge of all the things that when we submit into One Stop, that we could have a sit down where we can express our concerns. And then from the city side, they can explain to us those things in which we're required to do. So as a whole, at the end of the day, the council does get the support from the city, but in the future, we would like it so it would be that it's more of a sit down. And I can't speak for other cultural festivals, but I assume they're going to probably they're having those same challenges where the organization who is sponsoring the event, it should be some kind of interaction, of a personal interaction versus you're just filling out an application and you're submitting it in. So, but again, we thank you for all the support from all the city agencies. But that would be our only ask. If there's a way in the future, even with this event, that those agencies that touch our event is a way that we could somehow meet as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank the Chief's Executive Director, Mr. Fairley. It's unfortunate, Big Brother Bird Chief, that we're revisiting this again. I specifically remember the last time the Mardi Gras Indians in our culture was challenged by folk who either didn't know or folk who worked with city and city agencies who didn't respect, understand that it was right here in this building when one of the greatest chiefs gave his life for the culture, so that the city would understand how important this economic, this cultural engine is. You know, on behalf of my family, the late Big Chief Rudy Bocage, my cousin Romeo, Uncle Benny, and all of the great men who stand here. If it wasn't for the Mardi Gras Indians, if it wasn't for this organization, I would hate to see where we would have been during that time when you guys mediated and put together meetings to educate people from the police department and different city agencies. And I remember some elected officials who didn't understand, you know, why they wore them suits, why they did it on Sunday, and educating them. So it's unfortunate that we're here again. And for Councilmember Harris, thank you for bringing this before us. The city has an Office of Cultural. I know Mr. Alexis is over the Office of Culture. And, you know, maybe we need to, you know, everybody, we keep proposing stuff. Maybe one of the main things we need to propose is for anybody who works for the city or represent the city ought to know the city. Maybe you need to know why we have certain cultural, certain rituals. And there's nothing against, because New Orleans is a city we love the folk who adopt us, but adopt our culture too. But maybe one of the things missing is that we have too many people in important places who think they're here to babysit us, not to be one of us. And no disrespect to anybody, but for anyone who would know, especially in a critical agency, they should have been prepared for this time already, Mr. Fairley. They should have had somebody on point already. That's what you fought for. That's what Big Chief Tootie died for. That's what stopped that movement 2 decades ago. So, Councilmember Harris, I know one of the main events is in your district. Maybe we need to propose something so that there's somebody year-round preparing for an event that's been happening for decades. That's part of our culture. Well, y'all shouldn't have to guess. When you submit to one stop, you go to an individual to make sure they don't stop, making sure the event happens. So I don't know how we would do that in the form of a resolution or whatever, because but maybe at some point we can work with the Office of Cultural Affairs so that there's someone designated to work with the chiefs, to work with Bird, to work with Mr. Fairley, so that we don't. How are you going to run into this issue of one of the greatest New Orleans events in the history of this city a week before it's about to happen, and you don't know if every city agency is on board? That's disrespectful. It's ridiculous. We got ghosts about the protests on that. So thank you for bringing this here now. Hopefully it should be fixed. And I know whatever we can do to make calls to make sure that this transition in the next week or so happens smoothly. I know Councilmember Harris is going to work with us and lead us to do that. And I know Chief Casby had to walk away, but our family still prays for him and his family on behalf of his loss and with his culture and with his personal family had to deal with. Thank you. Ridiculous.
I'd also like to thank Councilmember Harris for bringing you all here today so that this issue becomes public. And I don't need to repeat what Councilman Thomas says, but for a special event such as this, and it's multiple occasions on which it's held, just as you said, it's not only just Super Sunday here, it's Super Sunday West Bank and other places, there should be a point person, or at least a process that everybody knows it's coming up. It's not going to not happen. So it's important. It's never going to be canceled at the end of the day. You know, I know obviously some things could come up beyond what I see here, such as, you know, pandemic related, but I know that the bottom line is that it's going to happen. So I hope that this will be the beginning of us moving in a direction where there can be an anticipation and a knowing that this is going to happen, and that there can be a point person that you all can count on who's going to resolve issues of permits and the like that are required. I do want to dovetail from that and just say thank you also to you all for continuing the culture over these years, hundreds of years. So important that people understand that it's something that has been going on. The suiting, the preparing of the suits, the camaraderie that goes on has been going on for so many years. I know many members who dress. I've mentored with them. I've been a member of organizations with them. Dow Edwards, attorney Dow Edwards, for example, really good friend with whom I mentor in the Silverback Society. When he was doing it, gave a lot of time, despite how busy he was, because he was committed to this culture, and some others who I know who are involved. So we want to work these issues out as quickly as we can, but I also want to take an opportunity, because this is a chance to just say, we all look forward to Super Sundays, and we all look forward to the Mardi Gras Day and the like, but that we should all recognize how much you do and how much you contribute to the culture and the well-being of the citizens of our city through the things that you do at those events, and also for what you do in general as members of our community. Thank you very much, and we look forward to resolving those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chiefs, Mr. Butler, Michael. We have a proclamation for you, but I'd like for y'all to close out with any parting words that you want to tell the public, the audience.
We would like to invite everybody to come out to see this fantastic show that we have up there that's been going on for quite some time now. We think that it is the one-day biggest festival that it got going on in New Orleans, and we are proud to be a part of it. We are proud to be representing of this city in this culture in this manner, to bring that to the public free of charge. Uptown Central City, where it's all started from.
And one other thing, so basically, it's like back on the point where you're saying it's always the third Sunday in March. It doesn't change unless weather. So that is, like you're saying, is something that a point in a calendar that is always there. But again, I don't want to not say that the city hasn't helped, and we thank you. So I don't want to paint it in that kind of picture. But we do welcome everybody to come out March 19th. Festival starts at 12. The Indian Strut starts at 1 at 2608 LaSalle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I would like to also say thank you guys for inviting us here and giving us the opportunity to express our concerns, and also where we've been and where we would like to go. We cannot go no further unless we got the leaders supporting this. In the past, we had a few leaders supporting us. All of you been with us since day one, because I remember you first walked into City Hall. I believe he was probably a letter carrier. And
I was sitting in the hall, had a desk in the hallway.
But grown since then. And with your help, we're going to bring this on another level. Starting March the 19th, we're going to have an extra stage down at the Dewdrop Inn. And we spoke to the guy, the owner, Curtis, and he will give us the privilege to put a stage in front of his place. So we extended it already. And we got some good plans for New Orleans. Just stick with us, have hope in us, and work with us and support it. Boys, that, once again, thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And we'll be there on Sunday.
You ready, Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The second order of business is a presentation, Christy Verges, Joan Wilkerson, Pete Hamilton, and Larry Barabino Jr., recognizing the late Wade Thomas Verges for his services to the community and various nonprofit organizations. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans and surrounding parishes. Envisioning the need for major business outlets and smaller mom and pop businesses to return to the community, Wade worked tirelessly to facilitate the economic resurgence of the area. With a heavy heart, determination, and a strong work ethics, Wade reinvested money and time to revitalize Eastern New Orleans. He believed in the East, where his office and major buildings are located.
If there was ever anyone who embodied New Orleans, if there was ever anyone who used their soul, their time, and their resources to impact the community, if there was ever anyone who adopted a part of the city that didn't always get the attention, it was Wade Verges. After we do this, Madam Clerk, also there's a resolution that has to be read. Who are we going to start with in terms of our recognition?
I'm Christy. I'm
Christy.
Star. Thank y'all so much for having us here. As I was sitting watching the other entrepreneurs, I was like, my dad would be like racing and saying, I want to give you money. You're opening a school. I'm going to open your restaurant. You know, he never sat on the sidelines, and I'm honored to have called him my father and have learned from truly the best. And my dad dedicated his life, as we know, to the city of New Orleans. So thanks again for honoring my dad this morning. I grew up knowing the men and the women who have served the council because they were vital to my dad's success in New Orleans. Actually, Joe's, who's not here, but his grandfather was key in helping my dad develop New Orleans East. He was council at large at the time. And then, of course, Miss Lena's always been a friend. After Katrina, my dad was literally ridiculed by many, many people for reinvesting in New Orleans. All the other developers were getting out, and man, he really put up a fight to reinvest in the city of New Orleans, mainly New Orleans East, when no one else wanted to. He said his words exactly is, I'm going to stay here till the end. And he did. He worked at his office on Crowder Boulevard and drove around his properties until a few days before he passed away at 79 years old. And he was in New Orleans East since 1974.
Wow.
My dad believed everyone should have a chance at owning a business, and he literally helped hundreds of small businesses grow. I know your job is a tough one with the street issues, crime, and all the daily crises. But businesses is what will help our city thrive again. If my dad had left New Orleans East, truly, what would it look like today? You know, he is a true example of how one person can truly make a difference. And you guys are all in a role where you can make a difference and help this city grow again. I intend to continue the legacy that my father built And clearly with the help of our dear friends here and you guys, we want to continue to help the city grow. Thank you.
Before we get to Joan, Pete, then Larry. Pete?
Want me to go ahead? Okay, thank you. Well, I'm Pete Hamilton, those of you that don't know me. I've been a friend of Wade's for 40 plus years and a business associate of his. And I'd like to thank the city council for recognizing him for all the good work that he had done over the years. There was a discussion earlier about born and raised. Wade used to tell me that he was born on the corner of St. Ferdinand and St. Claude, so it makes him an upper nine. And I hate to tell you, Eugene, but I think he went to Corrier Zoo to make a Brother Martin graduate. So
correct.
That doesn't add up in your category. But I wanted to, for those of you that don't know Wade, Wade was an architect. He's an educator. He taught at the LSU NO. He was also a developer, a builder, a philanthropist. Many people can attest to. He was a mentor, a friend, and of course, a great family man. Following his formal education, Wade was responsible for a lot of the New Orleans East construction. A lot of the commercial building, a lot of people don't know this, but there are a lot of apartments, commercial buildings, residential neighborhoods, of which Wade was in fact the architect, the developer, and even the builder. The first house that I bought in New Orleans East, Wade Verges had developed that Willow Tree subdivision off of Dwyer and many others. As it goes along, Christy mentioned that many of the developers left after Katrina. Well, many of the developers left
way before that
in the 80s when I moved to the East. And from that time, Wade made a commitment to New Orleans East and said he wasn't going to leave. And I think I lived in New Orleans East for over 30 years. And I think the people of the East are certainly thankful for all that he did over those years. And Wade, as I said, he was an educator, a serious urban planner who understood all the components of that development and practice. And as Christy mentioned also, his overall business model was to help entrepreneurs, small business, Black business in New Orleans East. And if I sat here and tried to list the number of developments, they're just too numerous. But they include subdivisions, apartments, office buildings, shopping centers, warehousing, and even vacant land. And we'd like to thank the council, for recognizing Wade's commitment to the city of New Orleans and particularly to New Orleans East. And of course, his daughter, Christy, and his office manager, Joan Wilkerson, will continue that commitment. Thank you.
Larry, Mr. Marabino.
Yes. Good morning, council members. So I am here as a recipient with NORD of Wade's philanthropy, right? So I met Wade, I want to say right before COVID, and he would talk to me about how he would light his house up for Christmas and how you should come see the house, but those conversations stirred from us talking about the lighting of Joe Brown, right? Of bringing the Christmas lighting to Joe Brown Memorial Park and Complex. And so talking to Wade, he always would say, this is something I want to be a part of, because I know he had stopped lighting his house, but he said, I want this to continue in New Orleans East. New Orleans East means this much to me, to where that the residents of New Orleans East need not go to City Park to see the lights. We need to make sure that they can see it in New Orleans East. And I can honestly say that for Christmas of 2022, we lit Joe Brown Memorial Park, right? We lit it. Wade Verges donated a little over $47,000 to make that happen, and he wanted some special ornaments out there that reminded him and symbolized him of his two sons that he lost. And we sat there, and when we lit the park, and Councilman Thomas was there with us when we turned the lights on. It was a beautiful day in New Orleans East, but the beauty of it was to watch Wade Verges sit there and cry and say thank you. And his commitment to make sure that the residents of New Orleans East continued to enjoy those lights, right? He said, it's not at my home no more, but it's in New Orleans East. So I want to thank you all, Chrissy. I want to thank the family for your commitment to continuing what Wade started, to ensure that New Orleans East continue to receive the blessings and donations of Wade as we continue to look forward to like Joe Brown Park. And I want to send a special acknowledgement and shout out to Ms. Lena Stewart, to where that anytime if Wade couldn't catch me on the phone, Ms. Lena was calling me, say, hey, Wade need to talk to you, right? And she was right there to help make sure we did everything that we could as a partnership. And just on behalf of NORD, on behalf of those residents of New Orleans East that came out to Joe Brown, I want to say thank you guys to the family. Thank you. And those ornaments that represent the Wade Verges family and his sons will light up in Joe Brown again in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to say Joan for last, because if anybody embodied someone they worked for and with, if anyone's had part of their spirit and their character and knew them, if anyone had an assistant or somebody who worked for them, whose humanity was actually bigger than the business, then that's Miss Joan. And I remember picking up those checks for homeless kids. I remember all of the stories from business owners who said, I didn't have the rent, but Wade and Jones say I still got a place for my business. So I just wanted people to know, Miss Joan, you wasn't just somebody who worked for and with Wade. You were Wade, Miss Joan.
Thank you so much. Now you're going to make me cry.
Too late.
It saddens me to sit here before the city council, friends and family, honoring a giant of this great city, and especially New Orleans East, my buddy Wade T. Verges. He was taken from us all too early. As you said, I'm Joan Wilkinson, his daytime office manager for well over 40 years. I first met Wade at several meetings in the mid-70s at the New Orleans East Business Association. It was called NOEBA for short, for those who are familiar with the East. It was formed east of the Industrial Canal to promote and inform the progress of the businesses and the growth in New Orleans East. You know, Wade was a visionary. In the 1800s and 1900s, there was a phrase, go west, young man, go west, follow your dreams. Well, Wade's version was, go east, young man, go east. And well, he did. They rode horses and wagons back in the day, but Wade drove bulldozers and dump trucks. He was hands-on with all of his equipment. He worked tirelessly developing the East. On Lake Forest Boulevard alone, he built 5 shopping centers. He built numerous community neighborhoods. It's endless, the footprint of New Orleans East Wade was instrumental in. His vision came true when mom and pop businesses could realize their dreams of entrepreneurship. He was very business oriented no matter what. He never sized up a person by the clothes they wore, but by their desire to succeed. When Katrina hit, it was the ultimate test of resilience. Wade assessed the damage and methodically reorganized to rebuild New Orleans East. He stood firm and was determined to put it all back into commerce. He was a titan. The footprint of New Orleans East will always be influenced by Wade T. Verges. Let the Lord protect you, my dear friend. I love you. You left me too soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
I didn't know Wade, but just hearing this testimony is just it's so moving. It sounds like he was a giant of a man. And what I'm taking from this is New Orleans is a city of mom and pop stores. It's a city of entrepreneurship. And the fact that he planted seeds to extend those businesses is just amazing. And really, New Orleans East lost a giant.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I never, like Councilmember Harris, I never met Mr. Verges. I heard a lot of stories from him, about him, I should say. Some from yours, Peter Jr. told me all the stories about him. Very good man from what I was told, and seemed like the city needed to have more Wade Verges, especially in those underprivileged neighborhoods. So sorry for your loss, and Coach, if we can get some of those lights in Algiers for Christmas, with the Verges, Mr. Verges, that'd be great.
Mr. St. Aug, Councilmember Green.
St. Aug. Wade Verges would have been my best real estate development friend who didn't attend St. Aug. How about that? All right, but look, let me tell you, I knew Wade for decades, and so I want to say a couple of things about him. I appreciate the fact that I was sometimes curious as to why he was so focused in Eastern New Orleans. Because we don't want to use the word sometime, and I'll be careful when I use the word. Wade stayed when other developers left because the demographics were changing.
Right.
Pete, can we say that safely?
I think we can.
Okay. Wade was committed to New Orleans East, grew up in the 9th Ward, lived in the East for a while, but I mean, I guess, but lived at the time in District D, on Allen Toussaint, what was then Robert E. Lee. But he was committed to the point where he could have taken his marbles after the storms that happened, after the floods, and gone somewhere else to do some other things. But he hands-on reinvested in his properties there and in the community. And many times we hear criticisms of landlords that are justified because they don't do the right thing. But you're not going to be able to find W.T. Verges companies being criticized for not managing their properties correctly. Yes, with any multifaceted real estate development arm, you'll find something, but I will tell you, Wade was very hands-on, and when there was a need to address a concern at his property, he did so. How do I know? My company, Nationwide Real Estate Corporation, was involved with the management at the time, and sometimes with Wade Verges. Wade Verges was committed to that community, and how interesting it was that when the lights got put up at Joe Brown this year, Wade's term with us came to an end, but he saw that through. And he was a great investor. He was a great person to know. And I think that at his funeral, the song that you played as he left was very symbolic of who Wade Verges is. As his casket was being moved from the front to the rear, the song that was played was "I Did It My Way" by Frank Sinatra. And Wade Verges did it his way, because if you had looked at some of the other factors that other developers look at, some of those numbers might have come up and said, don't reinvest there. Don't buy another shopping center. Wade Verges very quietly even financed deals for others.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Not too many people know about that. But very honestly, because he was quiet about that, but he financed deals for others, apartments that are still in good condition and things that we don't know. Things that I would not really have talked about because it was his private business before then, but I think that Wade would be okay with me saying, thank you, Wade, for financing real estate investors, including African-Americans that happen to be investing in New Orleans East. It made a difference. People who own houses, sometimes Wade was involved with the financing that was provided for them. So this is great, Councilman Thomas, that you have brought forth under special business an opportunity to recognize someone who quietly did it his way. And we're greatly appreciative. And thank you, Christy, and thank you, Joan, for what you all allowed Wade Verges to do for the community and what you're going to continue to do. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. And once again, thank you very much. And in a way, thank you, Wade, in your quiet way. You did a lot for the community. Some things don't get recognized, but the things that got recognized are just a small portion of what you did. Thank you very much.
But thank you, Councilmember Green. Like I said at the service, to the younger people in the family, that humanity and that greatness is in their DNA. You come from an iconic figure, Christy. There are some famous names in New Orleans law and New Orleans history, but your father is equal to all of them. And I know Miss Lena, I'm going to ask Miss Lena to work with us to take a look at a proper naming or a proper recognition in the place that he fought for, New Orleans East, where the name would not only be remembered by the people who knew him, but by the people who pass there or see that building or that street every day. We owe him a lot more than that. I had lunch with him, had no idea I would have lunch with him, and then a few weeks later, a month later, I would be going to a service. But at that lunch, what he told me is that his commitment to New Orleans and his commitment to New Orleans East was greater than it had ever been. Sometimes God gives us businessmen and businesswomen who make their money, they make their mark, and they reach a point in their life where they invest not where it gives them a return, they invest where it gives people a return. And think about that. Think about all these folk who've abandoned the East, abandoned parts of the Ninth Ward, abandoned parts of Uptown, who have enough money and who can make money in those communities, but for whatever reasons, they don't invest there. Well, Wade thought that he could make money and do good too. He thought that he could make an impact with his heart, his soul, and his checkbook. So for that, your family is not only just one of the great New Orleans East families, your family is one of the great families that have ever made a difference in this town. And I want you to know that we're going to put together that committee to find something appropriate to don his name and to don that surname, so that people will not only know about that investment, but they'll also know about that man who made a difference. Pete, Chrissy, anything y'all want to say before we come down and take pictures and make the presentation?
Thank you, and I'm honored by that.
I'd like to at least.
And then we'll go to the resolution. Go ahead.
I'd like to at least mention for the record on a personal side as being a parent. I don't know if you all know this, but since Katrina, Wade lost two sons, Wade Verges Jr. and Kristen Verges. And for him to continue his commitment with those losses, to me, was a very powerful thing. And he talked about it a lot. And Christy, that's both of Christy's brothers, so I know she has a heavy heart when it comes to that issue, but I think it needs to be brought up that Wade continues to work. I could not imagine, losing a child and then continuing to work and develop as Wade had done. But I just wanted to make that part of the record.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the resolution.
Council members, we need to suspend Rule 10 to go to this resolution out of order.
Second.
Second, moved by Councilmember Jeruso, second by Councilmember Green. Vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays, the rules are suspended.
We're on top of page 47. At the bottom of the page, we have resolution R23Y by council members Thomas, Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, and Green. A resolution honoring the life of Wade Thomas Verges Sr. and expressing sincere condolences to his family upon knowledge of his passing on February the 4th, 2023.
Move adoption of the resolution. Seconded by Councilmember Green. Mr. St. All, vote your machine. 7 yeas, no nays, and the resolution is adopted. Thank you. Now for the presentation.
What time did you get home?
Madam Clerk, third order of business.
On page 3, the third order of business is a presentation recognizing Good Samaritans. Recognizing Good Samaritans for their assistance and support of exigent senior citizens who is legally blind. Several professionals, community activists, and companies came together for this heroic event. Honorees, Otis Tucker, TI Contracting LLC, Randy Marcello, R&S Towing Inc., Michael Geronimo, R&S Towing Inc., Howard Rogers, Council on Aging, Laquan Fields, Council on Aging,
Latanya,
Pamela Verges, Resilience Force, Brian Tipo,
and everyone come stand behind Latanya.
Lenny
Mr. Tucker
Silverson,
and
Resilience Force, Devon Jones, Resilience Force, Leger Webb, Resilience Force, Reggie Cameron, Resilience Force, David Gonzalez, Resilience Force, Alexander Hayes, Resilience Force, Todd Rudolph, Resilience Force, Mary Smith, Catholic Charities of New Orleans.
And first of all, guys, thank you. These are not only our Good Samaritans, but our Angels of Mercy. And what I'd like is for the folks seated to kind of represent everyone. There are a lot of different things that happen in our community, from hurricanes, disasters, tornadoes now, to people who need help. And the people who are gathered here today, they give their time, their heart, their business, and their resources. Whether Ms. Lombard, who was blind, all the work that was done after Ida with people who had lost power and needed help clearing their land. Of course, Latanya, you know, because of your mom, that's your DNA. You were given before you came on this earth. Howard Rogers, this is what he does, Mr. Tucker. But what I'd like to do now is like to start with Latanja and talk about why this group, this resilience group is so important. And guys, y'all are heroes in our community right now. And the people that y'all help they can't afford to pay you. But on behalf of them, we can thank you, Latanja.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas, and to the entire New Orleans City Council. Resilience Force was the birth child of a Hurricane Katrina in partnership with the city of New Orleans. I'm sorry, not Hurricane Katrina. Sorry, and a birth child of the COVID-19 pandemic. Different topic. But after COVID-19, we saw that there were two problems that we were facing, two pandemics. One is the health pandemic, but also the unemployment in our city. Everyone here knows that the city of New Orleans, it is a city that was heavily impacted. And early on during COVID, we were the city that was that had the highest numbers of COVID-19. So we launched this program in partnership with the city of New Orleans to do two things. One is to help respond with boots on the ground to COVID-19, but also to hire individuals who have been impacted, who were laid off, who were furloughed on their job, and pivoted them into jobs as community health workers. Behind us are our community health workers, but throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, we've had 70 individuals that have come to our program who we have since rolled off to long-term sustainable jobs. Some of them actually went back into the hospitality industry. Others actually went into healthcare. So we also do COVID-19 response, but in addition to that, we do response as it relates to climate disasters. And so after Hurricane Ida, our folks were the first on the ground, or among the first on the ground, to help respond to residents. So thank you all for recognizing the great work that my team and I have been doing now here for about 2 years.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas, and to the rest of the city council. We got this phone call from our good friend and the council's good friend, Ms. Lena Stewart. Ms. Lena called and said, Howard, Councilman Thomas has this 76-year-old blind lady that's in an apartment, and she needs to be moved to another apartment and whatever help and assistance. And when I got that phone call, Ms. Lena also said, look, we're going to need some bodies to help move this. I said, yeah, Ms. Lena, because I just got a lot of old folks that work with me, so I don't know if we're going to be able to. But just so happens that the Resilience Force is located in our building. And I approached them. I told them what the situation was, and they said, we'll be very happy to help you. So I commend the Resilience Force. I commend everybody who got together and was able to help Ms. Lombard to move her from one apartment to another. As I've already informed Ms. Lena, we're working on getting some additional services. And hopefully we know that going forward, that we're going to be able to help her in her particular situation. But I also like to let everybody know, especially to the city council, that is just one of the many seniors in this city who need help. So with your help, helping the New Orleans Council on Aging, then we can help these seniors, because what we want to do is to keep people alive and well and happy in their community so that they can age in place. There's a lot of wisdom out here in this city, and we can draw upon that wisdom. Earlier I sat through these presentations and noticed the kids who came before you. You heard a lot from the Indian Council about tradition and wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom in this city. Those individuals over the age of 60. And all they need is somebody sometimes just to talk to them, say hello. So thanks again, and thanks to the Resilience Force and to this crew up here who was able to help her.
Mr. Tucker, as a businessman, whether it's hiring ex-offenders, philanthropy, cleaning up the parks, sending your team out to clean up neighborhoods, Hurricane Ida, and then Ms. Lombard, businesses like yours have not only made a commitment to their financial bottom line, but you've made a commitment to the bottom line of the city. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Councilman.
I want to say that we are a few of many unsung community members that show up when we're called on without any thought of recognition, right? So this is an honor, and there's no way I wouldn't have showed up if Miss Lena didn't call. I know between Miss Lena and Darren, they could have called anybody in the city. They probably got all of y'all cell phone numbers, including members of the public back there. But when Miss Lena called, I show up, and Miss Councilman, I just thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. You want to identify yourself, make a few comments?
Michael Giratano, tow truck operator for Randy Muscarello, R&S Towing.
Yes.
So I just received the phone call, please go help Mr. Otis take care of the situation, and so we did.
Madam.
Hi, I'm Mary Smith. I want to first thank Councilman Thomas and the rest of the city council members. I am very humbled to receive this recognition in honor of Catholic Charities Archdiocese of New Orleans. It is our mission to help those in the community that are the most vulnerable, especially the disabled and the elderly. After the move, I personally went back to Ms. Brenda's home and met with her to find out what other needs she might need, and discovered that she needed Medicaid and other things to make her whole. I'm in the process of trying to convince her to move into an assisted living facility so that she can get the care that she needs. She's a little skeptical about that, but I'm working on it. So I really appreciate this recognition for the things that is automatic for us at Catholic Charities. I am very, very happy to be of service. Thank you.
Mr. Muscarello is being a little humble. The great men and women in business, a lot of times they don't do it for recognition, but what you did, Mr. Muscarello, in terms of fixing, she likes to watch television.
Right.
She didn't have one to watch, and for you to make sure that she has that as part of her enjoyment at this age, that put a smile on her face and her heart. I'm going to call out the names, and Wesley and Andrea, if you could hand our Samaritans their proclamation. Mr. Otis Tucker. Mr. Randy Muscarello.
Let's take it.
Michael Giorantano. Old man Howard Rogers.
Yeah, he's staying on. I'm telling you, you all bring it up because there's a reason. I don't even have to bring it up anymore, do I, Howard? Yeah.
It was the same age when we was young. Laquan Fields. Council on Aging. Pamela Bourgeois of the Resilience Force. Breon Tipo, Resilience Force. Lenny Sylvester, Resilience Force. Devon Jones, Resilience Force. LaJay Webb, Resilience Force. Reggie Cameron, Resilience Force. David Gonzalez, Resilience Force. Alexander Hayes, Resilience Force. Big Al, my cousin, old man. I know she watching. I called y'all. Taj Rudolph, Resilience Force. Tell her she should have been there. Mary Smith, Catholic Charities of New Orleans, Miss Mary. Guys, thank y'all. First of all, Latanja, I don't know, there are probably very few people who don't know you in terms of one of the young people that's an angel in our community. So anytime there's something like this, when Howard and old folks like Howard and I think about where's the future, when we see young angels like you and Otis Tucker and many of the young people to before us. We know if we just let y'all do y'all thing, that the future is bright. Latanja, bring us home, close us out.
Well, thank you, Councilman Thomas. And as I mentioned earlier, all of the other council members for the city of New Orleans. This is a huge honor for our organization, and we continue to be at your beck and call here in the city, because we understand that, you know, there are people like this age elderly woman that needed our assistance. But as Mr. Rogers mentioned, and I'm certain that, and also Miss Mary from Catholic Charities, there are thousands and thousands of others. So we are happy to be here to be able to service the city of New Orleans in any way that we can. And thank you to everyone else that showed up that day. I remember getting a call about, should we do this? It's like, yes, we have to do this. And so I just think that it's a really great honor. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Let's take our pictures.
Thank you.
I messed up council comments. Please forgive me. Yeah. All right.
We haven't even gotten to the actual bills yet. My point is down. Pull that band-aid off.
You gotta get close.
Nice and tight.
Council members, we need to go to page 43. Motion M23Q by Councilmember Moreno. A motion directing the Chief Administrative Officer to integrate an annual DBE scorecard program as part of the city's Equitable Business Opportunities Program rulemaking process, to report on and issue letter grades to city agencies and departments based on their annual compliance with DBE goal setting and actual spending with minority and women-owned firms.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is an equity, transparency, and accountability measure that we are moving forward with. This piece of legislation was actually brought to me by the collaborative, a group that the City Council is very familiar with. What they aim to do is model a scorecard program similar to what the City of New York has. And so what this legislation will do is force every city department to meet certain criteria regarding DBE contracting, and based on how much they have met, they will receive a letter grade. That letter grade will then be posted on a public facing dashboard and of course be accessible to the public and the city council as well. So we'll be able to really see, you know, who's really meeting the mark and who needs to be doing a better job. So it'll help us with overall oversight and accountability as well. I definitely want to thank the folks from the collaborative for working with my office to get this done. I know it took a lot of work to get here, but here we are. I do have public comment. If there are no other comments from the dais, seeing none, let me take Ernest Stalbert. Ernest, come on up. And I have Stephen Kennedy, but I think Stephen had to leave. Good morning, Mr. Stalbert.
Good morning. My name is Ernest Stalbert, and I thank you guys for taking care of small businesses and minority businesses and African-American businesses in particular. I really appreciate the work that Councilman Moreno is doing and his entire council. You guys are getting things done, and we need that. We've needed that for years. I simply like to say with regards to this ordinance is that I really wanted somehow for the council to make it clear to the administration that this is not a unfunded mandate, that in the budget adjustment, the mid-year budget adjustment, there was some $500,000 put in that adjustment for things like this to enhance the DB program. And we want to make sure that it gets done. We want to make sure that it gets done well. And we want to make sure that it gets done in a timely manner. So the city administration needs to know, not only did we pass this ordinance, but we provided funds. So let's make it happen. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stalbert. I think they're bringing up more cards. Do you want to read Stephen Kennedy's comment while they bring up the other cards?
Sure. Being able to evaluate the performance of government regarding economic opportunities for small and minority businesses when it comes to procurement will provide the council, the administration, and the city with a baseline of economic participation. As a student throughout my educational years, each quarter when I received my report card, I was always excited to get my grades to see how I was performing. And on some occasions, I didn't perform as I had expected, but the report card provided me and my guardian with the baseline of where I needed to improve. This led me to becoming a better student. My hope is that this DBE report card will do the same by helping us as a city to improve where shortcomings are found. Thank you, council members, and I ask that this motion be passed favorably.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you to Mr. Kennedy. Deborah Gould, followed by Geneva Coleman.
Good afternoon. I would like to just say on behalf of the collaborative, we wish to thank each one of you. And more importantly, to you, Councilmember Helena Moreno, to your amazing staff, and each one of the council representatives who put their teeth into this. We have been kicking this can down for many years for the New Orleans DBE report card. Not only were we just having folks who heard what we were saying, but this council, this elective board here was listening, and you gave us a voice. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for working with the collaborative and understand that we are for the city of New Orleans, but we're also for the minority business owners in this community. And there are 33 city departments, and we're just asking for an opportunity for a policy, the ordinance number 30,497 that was passed in April 2015. We continue just to kick it down the road, and nothing is being done. This business community have yet to see what we have asked for with the DBE policies and guidelines and goals that was set. We reinforced it in January of 2021 to not just center around it being just certain entities, however, the 35% goal for the overall city. And so we're just saying with gratitude and appreciation for the work that your team and the hard work and the full force of the collaborative to keep this alive. And so we just want to say thank you to each one of you for this annual report that can be measured by a letter grade and given us a voice to come before you to show you evidence in other major cities, such as New York and other places that have measured and have seen success of all race and ethnicity to make this happen for the minority small business owners in this city of New Orleans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gould. Ms. Coleman?
I am going to say thank you for two very important people who are members of the collaborative. Barbara Major, who is traveling and could not be here, and who of course is the founder. I am a co-founder as well as our other members, but she would be here if she could, because this has been a dream. The other member who cannot be is the daughter of a trailblazer in this community. Her name is I.M. Tucker, and the passing of her father, Bob Tucker, who was quite a forerunner for equity and parity within the business community as well as all communities throughout this city for many, many years. We are not the first to start this. We have folk who have been working diligently for generations trying to get to the point where we are now. And we have this pledge to continue that effort because as those young people who were here earlier, those are the footsteps that are behind us. And if we can make a difference now, then they don't have to start where we did. They don't have to start where our forefathers and mothers did because they paved the way. So thank you, all of you, because without the full consensus of all who are sitting in those council seats, we would not have been successful to get where we are. Sadie, thank you. Andrew, thank you. Council member Helena Moreno, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other online public comment? No. All right, and seeing no other comments from the dais, I will make a motion to approve. As soon as it pops up, there we go. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays, and it is approved. Thank you.
Councilmember, before we go into executive session, Councilmember Harris. If it's okay, I'd like to finish my page. I'm going to do your, at the top of the page, we have motion M23M by Councilmember Harris. Direct the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending and reordaining the comprehensive zoning ordinance number MCS 4,264 as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to amend Article 17, Section 17.3.a to permit the use of broadcasting studio in CBD 5 and to make recommendations for any other amendments deemed necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This text amendment motion directs CPC to hold a hearing to consider allowing broadcasting studios as a permitted use in CBD 5 like it is in the rest of the CBD. WWOZ is seeking to move their studio to the CBD, and this change would allow them to do so. Previously, broadcasting stations were not permitted due to the bulky equipment, but because of technological advances, that concern is alleviated. Are there any online comments or public comments? No. All right, I move, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 25, the executive session. Notice is hereby given that pursuant to the Louisiana Revised Statute 4216 and 4217A2, the Council of the City of New Orleans may convene an executive session during its March 9, 2023 meeting for the purpose of discussing the following litigation. Council of the City of New Orleans versus Edward Wisner Donation et al. Case number 2022-06765. Civil District Court for the Parish of Orleans, Section L-6, Judge Kern A. Reese. We need to vote to go into executive session.
I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Green. Members, vote your machines, please. 6 yeas, no nays.
7. Council members, are we ready to reestablish our quorum? Councilmember Thomas? Present. Councilmember Green? Councilmember Morrell? Councilmember Moreno? Councilmember King? Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Jeruso? We have 7 members. We have a quorum. Right now, we're going to go to page 26 on the regular agenda. We have a legislative grouping, a demolition request of Carlos Hampton, transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring city council review and approval for the following property: 2227 North Durbany Street. We have motion M23N by Councilmember Green approving the demolition permit for the property located at 2227 North Durbany Street.
Fellow members of the council, though this says demolition request of Carlos Hampton, it's important to recognize that it's the No AIDS Task Force and also Crescent Care on Legion Fields that's requesting the demolition of a property that is next to a parking lot. Yes, it's for the purposes of a parking lot, but it's going to also enhance the ability of Crescent Care to provide services to its residents who are actually sometimes commuting into that location. So I have gone by to take a look at the property. I'm asking you to support me in approving the demolition permit for 2227 North Durbany. If there are no public comments or no comments from the council members, I'll ask us to vote our machines. Moved and seconded. Fellow members of the council, thank you for a 6-0 vote relative to the demolition of 2227 North Durbany.
We're now on top of page 27, a legislative grouping, a demolition request of Eileen Duvall, transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring city council review and approval for the following property: 824 Locust Place. And this is in District A, not B. We have motion M23P by Councilmember Jeruso, approving the demolition permit for the property located at 824 Locust Place.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Current structure has severe termite damage and has been uninhabited for years. There's no water or power in this building. The owner plans to rebuild this as a single family dwelling. I have not received any negative feedback or comments from neighbors about this demolition. So I move to approve the demolition request. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Madam Clerk and fellow council members, on the next issue, which has been deferred, I do recognize there's a member of the public that wanted to discuss 2126 Mandeville Street. My legislative director, Attorney Monique, will come out to you shortly to discuss the reason for deferral to 323.
On top of page 28, the demolition request of 2126 has been deferred to March 23rd. On top of page 29, a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Judge Michael Bagnaris, retired, representing Cypress Coast Concepts LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision to levy a fine of $21,690 for the unpermitted demolition for property located at 2220 Broadway Street. We have motion line over M2380 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request to appeal a fine of $21,690 for unpermitted demolition and reducing the fine to $15,000 for property located at 2220 Broadway Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Judge, actually, Ms. Burke goes first. So we'll let HDLC present with their report first, and then I'll rearrange the card to make sure you're the first speaker when they go. Ms. Burke?
Thank you. 2220 Broadway is a contributing rated multifamily structure located in the Carrollton Partial Control Demolition Review Only Historic District. The original stucco front porch was removed in deviation of the building permit following the issuance of 2 safety and permit stop work orders. The first stop work order was issued for exceeding the interior demolition permit. The second stop work order was issued for working despite the stop work order that was posted. The applicant had approval from safety and permits to remove the stucco and the front porch columns and replace it with wood weatherboards. Instead, the applicant removed the entire front porch framing assembly as well as the stucco. The Carrollton Historic District was created in 2016 to provide some level of protection for the historic structures that contribute to the character and significance of the area. The HDLC demolition of definition was updated to ensure the character defining facades of these structures could not be irrevocably altered. The illegal demolition fines were increased in 2022 to stem the tide of illegal destruction of historic structures throughout New Orleans historic neighborhoods. These steps have been taken by the HDLC and the New Orleans City Council because of the negative impact demolitions and alterations are having across our historic neighborhoods. 2220 Broadway represents the culmination of these efforts and the system working as it should. Broadway Streets Holdings LLC has repeatedly exceeded permits and continued to work despite multiple stop work orders. The fines are commiserate with the crime and the negative impact their actions have had on was once a intact, contributing rated Mediterranean revival style structure. The HDLC urges the City Council to uphold the fines for the illegal demolition at 2220 Broadway.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. All right. Everybody will have 2 minutes to speak. I'll give you 30 seconds notice as your time is expiring. The cards that I have in order are Michael Bagneris, Alex Seferovich, if I butchered that, which I'm sure I did, I apologize. Caitlin Michelle, Nadal Jabbar, Michael Scheck-Snyder, and Dawn Laufenberg. So that will be the order. And then Michael Burnside and Ron Kwaski. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, and first, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to appeal this decision. I come before you very saddened, and I'm saddened because even though I realize that there's a recommendation to reduce this fine, unless you were present at this board hearing, you would realize that no fine is really, it should really be levied in this matter, because the board received a lot of inaccurate information that they based their decision on. That's number one. And number two, the fine would stand as the model child for arbitrary and capricious. They just made the fine up on the spot, which was, I think any court would recognize. And now I realize that you all didn't have the benefit of the information either, but let me just give you one example right now. The owner of this property purchased the property out of a federal bankruptcy estate. His intention was to restore and bring it back to its former glory. That was his intention, which is a good thing. He obtained a permit in order to do this. After he obtained the permit and was doing the repairs, the front porch began to, and it's a two-story building structure, the top front porch began to collapse. He didn't go in and just start removing out of some malintent. The porch started to collapse. Once the porch started to collapse, he called the city. He asked the city, okay, what do I do? Do I need to extend the permit that I have? The chief city inspector said, to be on the safe side, and we have it in the email, to be on the safe side, let's go ahead
and amend the permit, which he did. Now, if you read what the city puts out, here's the staff report to the HDLC. Owner requests, in addition to their permit, to include the replacement of the stucco at the front porch with handy plank siding. Safety and permit staff does not review this proposed change. Safety and permit staff does not review this proposed change at the front facade, and the HDLC staff and contact HDLC staff. So safety and permit reissues the permit with the addition of removal of the stucco and installation of the weatherboards. So he received permission to go in and remove this fallen stucco and glass that had begun to collapse. And he gets hit with a stop work order. At the board hearing itself, he was asked whether or not, or what did he do? And he said what I just informed you. He contacted the city inspector's office, and they told him to get an amended permit, which he did. One last comment on that.
Thank you.
And when he did, when he got the permit, they indicated at the board hearing, and I've viewed it a million times. At the board hearing, it was stated he did not do anything in terms of getting the permission to go ahead and do what he was doing. Now, there's an awful lot of other stuff that they were misinformed on. When I said it was the poster child for arbitrary and capricious, I realized that that's a civil court matter and not a city council matter. And I'm afraid that that's where this will hang up. This guy was really messed over.
Thank you. Alex, and then Caitlin, and then Nadal.
Can the parties give me their time?
No, we can't see time. We don't do that anymore. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's a good question, but we specifically revised the rules on that. Thank you for the good question. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. I'm one of the owners of Broadway Street Holdings. And although I have day-to-day business activities, I'm not boots on the ground. I have been owning properties in the city for a very long time. I went to Loyola University. I actually lived in a lot of properties in the areas that we currently own our properties. And slumlords pretty much have a very deep hold and grasp on properties in our city. Now, I lived in them. I know the type of conditions that I had to experience and go through, and I vowed that I never wanted anyone to have to live in those types of conditions. So I've been purchasing properties, let's say now for almost 16 years. Well, 20 years later, after I've lived in these blighted homes and just, rat infested properties owned by slumlords, they're still operating. They're still doing their thing. They're not getting violations and harassed. And we come in to buy properties that are owned by a past slumlord, and we're revitalizing them. We're bringing them back into good, livable condition, and we're being constantly bombarded and harassed. I drive through the city all day long, and I see properties that are
30 seconds.
I see properties that are getting worked on. I don't see any permits out there. I don't see any stop work orders. I don't see them getting harassed. I don't see them having the type of uphill battle and struggle that we're having day in and day out with trying to do things well and the right way, and being told three different things every which way from Sunday as to this department doesn't communicate with that department. They don't control this. They don't control that. It's sad to see that we have to struggle to go through and rebuild properties that are owned by borderline criminals that are owning, tons and tons of properties in the city. So that's really all I have to say. I'm very disappointed that we have to fight constantly for this, and we hope that you hear us out and listen to everything that everyone here in support of it has to say.
Thank you, sir. All right, Caitlin, Michelle, Mr. Jabber, and then Michael Scheck-Snyder.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Caitlin Michelle here on behalf of Pride and Joy Realty for the owners of Broadway Street Holdings LLC, and I would like to speak regarding the condition of these properties when they were purchased by my clients. I'm going to try and sum this up as quickly as possible so I don't take too much of the time from the City Council today. I want to make myself very clear as I was able to see the last hearing that took place on January 4th, 2023, where my clients were accused of not being locally from New Orleans and also the condition of the property that we are here for today. I would like to start off by saying that my clients purchased roughly 10 properties owned by the same previous owner from a bankruptcy estate, and that every single one of these properties were in awful and horrendous condition. Most of them were in such bad shape that you could physically fall through the flooring due to the previous owner not maintaining these properties properly and also doing improper and incorrect renovations without the correct city permit. This led to the issues that my clients are dealing with today. Last but not least, since all of these properties have been purchased by my clients, there has been nonstop false complaints to safety and permits and code enforcement in regards to my clients, either not properly maintaining the property or not pulling the proper permits. This inaccurate information has led to major hardships in my clients completing their projects due to constant harassment from the safety and permits and the HDLC on all of these false claims. That's really all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Jabber, Michael Scheck-Snyder, and then Dawn Laufenberg.
Good afternoon, City Council. Mr. Jabber, one of the owners of 2220 Broadway Street. I don't know where to begin, where to end. I really, can't summarize everything that I need to tell you guys within 2 minutes, which I think is really not fair, and it's a shame. I understand that you guys, want to get out quick as possible and everybody's limited a certain amount of time. But when you get hit with, by Miss Eleanor that's sitting right here, that wrote this report with a 20-30 page report, of false accusations, did not take the time to, and they specifically said at that hearing, January 4th, we're only here for one specific reason. And the reason is 2220 Broadway Street Holdings. She goes on to talk about, safety and which only should be HDLC matters only, then talks about safety and permits. And you can go watch the video 100 times. They're HDLC, and they made it clear that safety and permits are two different animals. But then she writes this big report to talk about that these stop work order number 1, work order number 2. But what she failed to do, and she's sitting right here, what she failed to do, right, is to say that both those stop work orders had no violations whatsoever. And then the other stop work order that they did from HDLC back in September, when they actually claimed that we removed 50%. And I sent them the pictures. They thought I didn't have it. I was prepared for them. Sent them the pictures to show
30 seconds.
50% was not removed. They came back just a day or two before the hearing to come back and say, hey, we're removing you from the agenda. You're correct. And she fails to say this time and time again in her reports. This is ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. Her and her staff should be ashamed of what they're doing to the people. And they claim that, we're sitting here, we're outside investors. I was born and raised here. Charity Hospital, all these properties, we pour our heart, money, hard-earned money to bring them back up to the way they should be. And for 3 years, it sat there as an eyesore, these properties in this area. I understand my time's almost up, but it was an eyesore for 3 years, and never 1 second has HDLC and safety permits has fined them or put a levy on them until we purchased it immediately after we started getting attacked. So whatever's going on over there in the HDLC and the commission and whoever they got working behind closed doors, and I'm already digging into it with the investigation, with some of these inspectors, telling me who's the one doing it, it's all going to come out. Whatever's in the dark always comes out the light. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Scheck-Snyder, Dawn Laufenberg, Michael Burnside, and Ron Kwaski.
I'm Michael Scheck-Snyder. I'm the daily manager for Broad Street Holdings LLC. Whenever Mr. Jabber or Mr. Alex is out of town, what happened during the holidays of Thanksgiving. They were out of town. I took a peek. We realized that the roof, the porch was crumbling. There was debris on the ground, stucco, and there was glass. I immediately called Mr. Jabber. I said, hey, listen, look, there's glass, there's stucco on the ground. What do you want me to do? He said, hey, let's clear it up. Let's get it secured because, we don't want any accidents or anything until we can deal with HDLC and permits. So we proceed, we take care of everything. So we start taking care of it. And we noticed that the porch is given away at the bottom. So we secure it as best as possible. And during that process, we get a stop work order. We explained to them that we're just securing it, right? And they said we had to stop. I said, fine, we secured it. And it's a shame that the property was just in such a poor condition. I mean, the properties that he bought were horrible from a slumlord, and from a developer, it's a shame. It's just a shame. So again, HDLC come back. We had the same issue again come New Year's, right? The roof on 7200 Claiborne. It's caving in. There's water going into the property. It's everybody sees it. It's an eyesore.
30 seconds.
And again, we had to hurry up, get the roof fixed because water was coming in. HDLC comes again and put a stop work order. So it's just a shame that these things are happening, and it's a shame. We can't control what was going on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Dawn Laufenberg. I just want to see if I can dispel one thing before Ms. Laufenberg comes. Ms. Burke, am I correct that if a property is fallow, that's the responsibility of code enforcement and not HDLC?
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I know HDLC takes a lot of criticism, and we understand we're in a chamber where that comes along with the territory, but the condition of the house or the property or any property when there is no owner or is under different ownership is not HDLC's jurisdiction. It's not until work begins that it falls under HDLC's jurisdiction. So I want to clear that up in case it keeps on coming up in comments. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dawn Laufenberg, and I know the owners of the property here. And in fact, Nadel Jabber was a tenant in one of my properties that I have had. And I saw the property that y'all are talking about here when it was purchased, and it was in horrific condition. And so it's a little bit surprising to see it getting restored back to what it was, and beautiful, absolutely beautiful property. And then they're being fined. Just seems a little bit contradictory. I'm not sure. And I don't have a whole lot to add other than what you've heard, but what I want to reiterate is what Judge had said, is that look at all of the information. I think it seems that you were provided with a little, maybe 20% of what the information is, and to really look at all the information. These properties are being restored. They're beautiful. We have landlords here that are doing the right thing. They're cleaning up properties, and please make sure you take a look at that. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Michael Burnside and then Ron.
So I'm in a strange position. I actually have a friend on the other side of this, and it hurts me to say bad things because I don't want to hurt him. But the bottom line is our city's been falling down for a while now. We've had a house in the 2300 block of St. Andrew just recently fell down. It was a historic house from the 1857s and been a crack house for 7 years. And every time I try to get it fixed, I said nothing can be done because it's a historic house. And now it's completely fallen down. It's gone. And that's it. House is gone. On the 2300 block of Terpsichore, a house actually fell down, hit the neighboring house. The lady there was a lady who's lived here all of her life, and she had a little child. And on Sunday morning, 6 o'clock, the neighboring house just fell down and hit her house. Boom. Good morning, wake up. At the corner of MLK and South Robinson were 4 houses, one of which had a really nice mural of a French horn on it. They're all gone, brand new houses. A lot of people are doing a lot of work on houses that either A, cannot be worked on, or B, the people doing the work are not experienced. So we have driver's licenses, right? We don't let everybody with a driver's license drive an 18-wheeler. We just don't do it. It's a little bit different. You got to go get a class 1A, whatever it is. I would suggest the city moving forward needs to differentiate its contract licenses. If you're going to take on a house that's a serious ass problem, you need a little bit better, more experience and a little better road track than maybe just driving a sedan down the street. So when we're finding an owner, we really should be finding the owner because they're the owner, captain of the ship. But we should also be finding the contractor because the contractor is the licensed, professional, experienced person who is giving advice to the owner.
30 seconds.
And so I think that while I'm in support of this fine, the city has a way to go forward, making things a little more fair and a little more realistic, because some people buy houses that cannot be saved. Other people buy houses that can only be saved by very experienced people who are willing to spend a lot of money.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ron, you'd be the last speaker on this topic before we get to council comment.
Hi, my name's Ron Kowalski. I'm the architect of record with regard to the facade only. I was hired on or about 12/3, which was approximately 4 days after the HDLC stop work order was put up. And I can tell you through my investigation of the existing conditions, the structure itself was severely deteriorated. And I would probably classify that as imminently hazardous, which is in this business, in the architectural terms, it's a very urgent matter that would be of consequence to the public if it's not immediately remediated. On information and belief, as the contractors were working on it, the structure was literally crumbling below them, and based on my observations, that would appear to be correct. A large issue with the existing structure that was deteriorated was the non-conforming, non-compliant work that was done to both the second floor and a portion of the ground floor by presumably the previous owner, which likewise I believe was also non-permitted and done with shoddy construction and really substandard construction methods. It was riddled with termite damage and obvious water intrusion, leading to the decay that we're speaking about. So I think this situation was really more of an act of urgency to protect the public. They did reach out to the building department.
30 seconds.
And continued to act to stabilize the structure just as a matter of safety, which if asked, I would have recommended. And they did continue to follow up with the city as far as I know. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think we have one online comment. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for letting me know.
This is from Chris Cook. He says, I'm opposed to lowering the fine for improper demolition of a historic building. The character of the building itself and the streetscape have been ruined by this unnecessary work. If developers are not held accountable, the character of New Orleans will be diminished.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas?
No, I was just interested in the comment that one of the people who spoke made. I don't know if you cleared it up or not, but when in noticing, first of all, in representing an historic district at one point, and then now overruling HDLC on a property, that I went out to the location, and when I put my hand on a wall, it went through it. And it was actually, if we had not overruled HDLC, it was going to probably fall and damage a house that had just been repaired. It was the lines of responsibility, because what I've noticed is that as long as an historic property sits vacant or neglected, no one says anything. But the moment someone wants to invest in a property, to stabilize it, to rebuild or to renovate, then these agencies get involved. I think you said that it's because it goes from safety and permits to HDLC. But if that's the case, then my question is, does HDLC has an inventory of historic properties with a rating of each of those properties in terms of their condition, how severe their condition is, and then do they have a relationship with code enforcement or safety and permits about how immediate some type of action should happen?
Yes. we don't have a list per se, but when we find problematic properties that are showing signs of demolition by neglect, that would probably be remedied through stricter code enforcement processes, we forward those properties along. We have a long history of doing so.
So then my question is, so why does there seem to be more engagement when someone wants to do something with it than when it's a nuisance, a crack house, a blight, or imminent danger? And I'm not trying to be facetious, maybe you reach.
No, I understand the question. And what I would say is, we cite buildings within the historic districts where we have full control for demolition by neglect. And perhaps because it doesn't come to hearings before you necessarily because they're blight and that doesn't come to the council on appeal. We're working very actively behind the scenes to try to get these properties remediated. However, if active owners, developers, contractors are working on a property and do not obtain the proper permits for the work that they are performing as in accordance with the law, then that does trigger a response from the regulatory agencies, including HDLC and safety and permits. So if a developer, of course, we are very want this property to be rehabilitated. We're not trying to impede that at all, but we need developers, architects, owners to get the required permits so that everybody understands what work is being performed on the building and that it's all been approved.
And the last of my question would be, does the same rules apply to a property that's bad, kind of bad, real bad, or about to be bad for the city? Or do you guys apply the same rules? If you've deemed it a historic property, do you apply the same rules in every category?
We work with property owners of buildings in all states of condition. And ultimately, our goal, along with probably the owner, is to get it rehabilitated. So we're very flexible and work day in and day out with individual owners to make sure they have the permits they need, that they're doing work according to the law, and that work meets the guidelines and is permitted by the respective agencies.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question is, do you apply the same rules and policy for a property in each stage that I mentioned?
There is.
Or do you look at it the same
Um,
as a historic property?
I mean, it's hard to answer that question because it's on a case-by-case basis. But we have design guidelines.
But on a case-by-case basis, do the same historic and design guidelines apply?
Yes.
That's your problem.
Well,
excuse me, I mean, not scratch that.
I mean, I don't.
That needs to be.
I don't think this
something-
property qualifies as a blighted structure. It needed to be rehabilitated.
Okay.
And the property owners needed to obtain the proper permits to do the work that they were undertaking.
No, I'm just trying to understand it.
And I think to a degree, two things. One, you'll hear in my comments, but the other one foreshadows what's coming up. It's also part of the reason I want to consolidate code enforcement into one department. The fact that it lives three different places, I think, is exactly what you're saying. It's a problem about who has ownership in terms of code enforcement, number one, and then number two, how it really operates as a practical matter. So I think you're right. All right. So let me say this. This is the first time I've seen an HDLC report that has stop work order timeline in it. And I understand one violation of a stop work order unintentionally through ignorance unintentionally, but the notice of two to me and going beyond the scope of the HDLC allowance is a different story. With that said, I also think Councilmember Thomas and Mr. Bagneris made compelling points about how fines should be applied. And at this moment, HDLC is still working on how to make things in tiers rather than trying to decide on a case-by-case basis. And I worry that a fine of 21,000 and some change would be arbitrary and capricious. So I'm lowering it to $15,000 by my motion. I would also just note that none of the neighbors have asked for a lower fine below 15,000. In fact, some of them are not happy about any reduction whatsoever. So I appreciate also the work of everybody in this. I move to grant the appeal and reduce the fine to $15,000. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion carries. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead. You can go to the microphone, sir.
Last week, my client received a work permit to go ahead and do the renovation or repairs. He received that from the safety and permits, and yesterday he got a stop work order from HDLC. When I say this guy's being messed over, he's being messed over. I understand what you're saying. And once we go to civil court, if I lose that case, I'm gonna buy all of y'all lunch.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
How about, can we do this? Ms. Burke, can you talk to Mr. Bagneris after you make your presentations about where things go? And maybe we can get somebody down here from safety and permits as well? Or who would be the appropriate person to speak to this?
We have another appeal next. I
Right, I
think.
understand after, yeah.
I'm happy to just talk.
Right, so Mr. Bagneris, I think what Ms. Burke has a couple of more issues to get through on the agenda, and then she'll come talk to you about how to proceed. Because I understand your question, I understand it fairly, is if you have something, then how do you have a stop work order too? Thank you. Are we moving to the items at 2?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We're now going to go to the top of page 49.
49.
We have motion M 23 BB by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified pay plan, police retention pay, special rate of pay in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of March 11, 2022, amended on November 17, 2022, and on March 2nd, 2023, to be effective 1 year from March 11, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to speak on this? And if you don't have a card, we'll just get one from you. Thank you.
No, as you know, retention recruitment has been a big issue in the department. And so we're trying to make NOPD a better place to work. And so in that regard, the Fraternal Order of Police thanks you for all that you're doing and continue to do on our behalf and on behalf of the officers in the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Yesterday, I had an opportunity to go to an unfortunate scene, which was yet another crime in our city, and this was a crime that cost one life. I want to, and that's just so sad, but I want to take an opportunity to commend the members of the New Orleans Police Department for their professionalism in securing a scene that included someone who was heck bent. I'll just say heck bent on harassment of the family members and also the members of the police department who were there. Yes, is another example of what our police have to do to be effective in their jobs. I want to thank Chief Woodfork for showing up at the scene of that unfortunate murder. And I also want to just say in general, I hope that our police officers who are out there all recognize that we greatly appreciate and understand the work that you do, the scenes that you have to see, the things that you have to hear. We appreciate your work, and we want these retention bonuses and other incentives that we provided to be a reason for you to stay and serve as you continue to serve the citizens of New Orleans who greatly appreciate your work. I'm tired of going to the scenes of crimes, but I'm pleased that when I go to the scenes of crimes, we have a professional police department that makes sure that the area is secure and that the families are accounted for.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. So members, everybody is clear about this. This is to clarify that in these classifications, retention pay will be from 1 year from March of 2022 and not November. I want to thank the CAO with whom I wrote a letter to the Attorney General asking for an opinion on this, to Civil Service for expediting this to make sure we could get it on the docket for today, and Amy McCarron for making sure that all the motions got to a point where we could vote on this and get NOPD supplemental pay bumped up by several months, as well as automotive retention pay, emergency pay, and pay for Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. So with that, I'll move for approval, seeing no online comments. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M23CC by council members Russo, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified pay plan, automotive retention pay, special rate of pay, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of March 11, 2022, and amended on March 3rd, 2023, to be effective 1 year from March 11, 2022.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion carries unanimously.
On top of page 50, we have motion M23DD by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified pay plan, emergency medical services, retention pay, special rate of pay, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of March 11, 2022, amended on June 17, 2022, and March 3rd, 2023, to be effective 1 year from March 11, 2022.
I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion carries unanimously.
At the bottom of the page, motion M23EE by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified pay plan, Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, retention pay, special rate of pay, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of March 11, 2022, and amended on March 3rd, 2023, to be effective 1 year from March 11, 2022.
I feel a Councilmember Green PSA on how great place New Orleans is to work. Councilmember Green?
It's coming. But this council has been very supportive. We've waived the requirements relative to residency. We've also raised pay. And you heard today, the Travis Hill School is recognized for its work, and it involves some of the residents of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. Yes, I want to encourage the public to recognize that there are great jobs that have great meaning. And I will say this, members of the council, we smile, but in addition to what I say, you all say it too. And some of those jobs are being filled. I like to see those FTE reports from the CAO's office that shows that we have 100% filling of jobs in certain departments. But yes, this is a public relations announcement to just say, let us continue to recognize that the city of New Orleans is a great place to work. Jobs all include retirement benefits and health benefits, and plus they have significant meaning in our community. And I think that things are getting better as we fill many of those jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I think I'm missing one. 6 yeas, no nays, and I think Councilmember Green makes a good point in closing that by bumping up these supplemental pay days from November to March, we're showing JJIC, NOPD, EMS, and automotive that we value the work that they do. So thank you all very much.
We're now going to go back to the regular order. We're going to page 30. We have the legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Zach Smith Consulting and Design. requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision to levy a fine of $15,980 for property located at 3300 Bienville Avenue. We have motion M23K by Councilmember Harris, denying the applicant's request to appeal a fine of $15,980 for property located at 3300 Bienville Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Eleanor, will you brief us on the HDLC report?
Yes, located on the corner of Bienville and North Rendon Street in Municipal Square 420, 3300 Bienville Street is a contributing building in the Mid-City Historic District. At the April 2022 commission meeting, the commission approved roof demolition exceeding 50% for the construction of a Camelback addition. The commission agreed that the Camelback should be located at least 24 feet back from the front wall of the building. Following the meeting, revised drawings were submitted and subsequently approved by the HDLC staff. The approved drawings indicated the required 24-foot setback and proposed wall and roof demolition. The approved wall demolition was limited to the rear wall and selective demolition of openings at the left side elevation. The improved drawings included a note that any demolition beyond the approved scope could be subject to costly delays and/or fines. In early January of 2023, a representative of the property self-reported that approximately 33 feet of the existing wall structure had been completely demolished at the side elevations. This demolition includes roughly 70% of the existing wall structure. Removing the rear addition demolition still brings the wall demolition of the side elevation to approximately 63% of the building. The applicant has not provided details regarding the decision to demolish a majority of the existing wall structure and foundation. Staff recommended retention of the demolition and a fine be levied against the property for demolition beyond the approved scope. The fine range was between $1,000 and $25,365 based on the building's 2023 assessed value. At their meeting of February 1st, 2023, the commission reviewed the staff report, owners of photos of the structure before and after the demolition, and the testimony of the owner's representative, Zach Smith. Property owners often state that they are out of town or not aware that their contractor was exceeding approved documents as a justification for lowered fines. Licensed contractors are required to follow the law and the permit documents issued by the city. If they fail to do so, they should be held accountable by those that engage their services. Property owners should insist upon recouping levied fines from contractors who do not follow the law and without their knowledge or consent. The HDLC strongly encourages the City Council to uphold the fine levied by the Commission. A lowered fine will communicate that illegal demolition of historic structures in deviation of approved permits is tacitly condoned by the city.
Great, thank you, Eleanor. We have several comments, again, 2 minutes apiece. Michael Stubbs is first.
Hello, my name is Michael Stubbs. I'm the foreman of that property. And the reason that it was demoed because it was severely damaged and, you know, the structure was not able to hold up. So we had to do that in order to make sure that we are, you know, making the property nice and safe. And that was the reason that it was done. Unfortunately, it exceeded the scope and we do apologize that happened, but that's the reason that it exceeded because of the structure was not, you know, stable.
Thank you. Miles Martin.
Hello, Miles Martin. I'm the architect of record for this project. I'm also the one that self-reported the extents of the demo exceeding upon first notice upon a drive-by arrival to the site. As noted, this project did require HDLC approval. As the HDLC approval, we do have an understanding of how the HDLC process works. And in that approval, we did receive permission to remove a portion of the roof, portions of the walls and the windows. Post demo and analyzing what was demoed was roof, walls, and windows. And to comment on those architectural elements, they're architectural elements that were not of significance. The windows were aluminum, the siding was of vinyl. in observation pre-demo before it occurred, as noted by the contractor, termite damage existed. There was rot damage existing from failures in the roof, and there was questionable foundation underneath it as this building had sat vacant for some time. Fast forwarding to what was approved in the design, the design that would be constructed now still would follow the design that was approved. As noted, the architectural significance is on the front of this building. The rear of this building, which would be that camelback, would be nearly indistinguishable should the demo had not exceeded the approved percentage. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Zach Smith.
Good afternoon, council. Zach Smith, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Come today to, essentially say this project should definitely have a fine to it. There was permission granted. There was a lot of communication between the architect and the staff did a fantastic job of approving. In this particular case, we do believe that during our meeting with the HDLC, unfortunately, the contractor was not able to be in the meeting. And we do believe that there was even commentary. Why wasn't the architect in this meeting? Why isn't the contractor in this meeting? And it seemed to weigh in a little bit to kind of the nature of a punitive part of that fine. There's absolutely no doubt that the contractor did more than they should have done. In this particular case, at the end of the day, the finished product, for the sake of the appearance, will be very close, if not exactly, to what was approved. The contractor can't take back what he did. In this particular case, we essentially are just asking for forgiveness with some version of a relief. The next speaker is going to be the owner, who is a small business owner, who is local, who is looking to move to make this his actual headquarters for him and his wife's realtor spot. This is not a flip. This isn't some of the normal folks you see. So at the end of the day, completely understand whatever decision you have, but there was an error. This contractor now completely understands that it won't happen again. They were here obviously to better explain in person what they did and why they did it. Thank you.
Thanks. Nick, I can't read your last name.
Nick Galliano. Good afternoon. I'm the owner of the property at 3300 Bienville. Like Zach was saying, I'm locally owned, born and raised in New Orleans. This spot is going to be for our offices. We're a small business real estate company. We're not using this to do a quick flip or quick turnaround. Everyone in this process did exactly what they were supposed to do. Nobody cut corners or did anything. The contractor simply made a mistake, but he thought he was doing the right thing because there was integrity to the building. We followed closely with the HDLC to get the plans in order. It was a lengthy process. The stuff that was demolished, it only went 13% beyond the scope. It was nothing of historical significance. It was vinyl siding and termite ridden wood. It was a mistake and we own up to that. But we self-reported this. We didn't continue building or anything like that. Everybody handled this the way that it was supposed to be handled, except for the mistake of going beyond the scope of work a little bit. The way that the fine was levied, I believe, was unfair. They based the fine on the amount of the building that was taken off. Really only 13% extra was taking off. We had already had the approval for the 50%. So if there is going to be a fine levied, it should be for the 13% that went beyond the scope, which would be about $3,250. We apologize. Everybody did what they were supposed to do in this case, except for a brief mishap. But at the end of the day, the contractor thought he was doing what he was supposed to do. I appreciate your time and thank you for hearing my statement.
Thank you. Michael Burnside.
Again, I find myself with friends. It's weird. But the bottom line is that I'm not going to repeat what I said at the last discussion we had about buildings and how they end up being demoed rather than replaced or repaired. Years and years and years ago, somebody at Safety and Permits was kind enough to give me a little hour-long talk about their condition. At that time, they had like 10,000 demo permits that had been permitted, and yet the buildings had not been demoed. So that seemed like an insane number to me because I hadn't been in the city for very long. Now it doesn't seem so insane. I think there's a lot of buildings out there that are going to keep coming at you like this. Every time you have a city council meeting, you're going to have a couple of these just sitting on your plate. And I don't know if that's really the best way to handle them. One idea, of course, is to require some fines directly to the contractor. The contractor is licensed, right? If your truck driver's breaking the speed limit and he gets busted by the cops for speeding, generally it's not the owner of the truck that gets busted, it's the truck driver. That's why he has a license. And that's what makes him sort of responsible and vulnerable to being punished. So we don't necessarily need the owner to try to extract money out of a contractor who may decide to declare bankruptcy and just leave town. The other thing is that jail time needs to be considered, right? So there's a difference between civil penalties and criminal penalties, and intent is key to this. If you really believe that this is a malicious actor, then you should be able to send them to jail for 5 days or 3 days or 2 days, fingerprint them, see if they're wanted for some kind of warrants in Minnesota or something. If you believe that it was an actual accident and they self-reported and you're really sad and it's really deeply regretted and whatever, then you just treat it like a civil matter and hit them for whatever you feel is appropriate. But requiring owners to punish their contractors seems to be a model that has not worked in this city. And the idea of not including any criminal component, I think, allows the bad actors to hide among the mediocre actors, to hide among the innocent actors.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. So, Zach, thank you for being so forthcoming. Thank you for being forthcoming as well. I think that everybody is very repentant about what happened, but it actually happened, and we can't just let things like this go unlooked. The HGLC determined a 63% of the allowable fine of $25,000. I'm actually going to deny the applicant's request to appeal the fine, but I am going to lower it. I think I can do that to $10,000, and I think that's a fair assessment. So I'm knocking off about $5,980 of what the HGLC determined, and you'll have to pay a $10,000 fine. Thank you. Oh, wait. So I gotta move. Seconded by Councilmember King. Oh, what? Okay. Oh, so we have to do something different. Sorry for the holdup.
Do you want to move to amend down to 10,000?
Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to move to amend the motion to $10,000. Seconded by Councilmember King. So are we voting or do we need to? Okay. Okay. We're voting on the amendment and now move to adopt. Yeah. As amended.
Ready.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? All right, thank you.
We're now on top of page 31. We have a legislative grouping, a HDLC appeal of Stephanie Navarez, Roofing Solutions Office Manager, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of de facto denial for property located at 900 South Peter Street. We have motion M23L by Councilmember Harris denying the application's request to appeal the decision of de facto denial for property located at 900 South Peter Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is actually going to be deferred.
Okay, this is being deferred to 323. On top of page 32, all matters, zoning docket 9522 has been deferred to 323. Zoning docket 100 has been deferred to 323. On page 33, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 123, Robert Shop and Constance Shop, requesting a zoning change from an HURD1 historic urban two-family residential district to an HUMU Historic Urban Mixed Use District and a conditional use to permit a reception facility in a HUMU district on square 897, Lot E in the third municipal district bounded by Esplanade Avenue, North Prior Street, North Roman Street, and Callarack Street. Municipal address is 1819 Esplanade Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M23O by Councilmember Green denying the applicant's zoning change and conditional use request on zoning docket number 123 for property located at 1819 Esplanade Avenue.
Members of the council, this motion that I've made will uphold the City Planning Commission's recommendation and report. I'm going to ask Mr. Stephen Kroll to report on this particular matter.
Thank you, council member. This is an application to rezone the property at 1819 Esplanade Avenue. It is between, or rather near North Claiborne Avenue, and it's within a residential district that extends along that portion of Esplanade. The proposal here is to use the second floor of this three-story building, which dates to the late 19th century, as a reception hall.
Okay.
That is not allowed under the current residential zoning, requires commercial zoning, and so the applicant is seeking a mixed-use zoning district along with conditional use approval for the reception hall. Any zoning change application has to be considered within the context of the master plan, which sets parameters around what can and cannot be zoned in terms of a rezoning. This property has a residential designation. It allows only residential zoning, except for cases where there's a history of commercial use. That commercial use history does not exist here. This has only been used as a residence, and given that it is not eligible under the master plan for the zoning that is sought, so the planning commission recommends that the application be denied.
This property has a residential zoning because it's on a block that's entirely residential. There's no parking. There's no contemplation by anyone else of using their properties as a reception hall. There is actually a reception hall not too far, but it's not in the middle of a block that has no support for commercial. So at this time, I'm moving to deny the applicant's zoning change and conditional use. Council, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. We need a fifth member. We have Councilman. We have 5 yeas and no nays. The motion to deny the applicant zoning change request has been upheld. Thank you, council members. And thank you, Mr. Kroll of the City Planning Commission.
On top of page 34, all matters. Zoning docket 723 has been deferred to March 23rd. Ordinance calendar number 33,183 has been deferred to May 11th. Ordinance calendar number 33,893 has been deferred to March 23rd. On top of page 35, ordinance calendar number 33,983 has been deferred to April 6th. Councilmember King? All right, we'll come back to that. Oh, well, the next one is his also. We're going to go to page 37. Ordinance calendar number 34,062 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 54-28 and section 54-338 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to allow for custodial arrest for adults for the careless storage of a firearm that results in a minor either causing or attempting to cause the injury or death of themselves or any other person, or causes the firearm to fire, and provides for a penalty for any person who fails to secure a firearm that a minor obtains, which results in a minor either causing or attempting to cause the injury or death of themselves or any other person, or causes the firearm to fire, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
In our Criminal Justice Committee meeting, first of all, I want to thank Lieutenant Celia from the police department and Dr. Avegno from the city's health department, to find out that Louisiana is the least restrictive state when you talk about firearm protection, as well as laws that legislate careless use or careless storage of firearms, was something we probably already knew. But then to find out in 2021 that 10 kids, the ages from 2 to 16, were victims, council members, of the fact that they got access to firearms that were not stored or put in a safe spot. And then in 2022, that 9 more children became victims of careless or negligence, the inability to store or keep safe for firearm, made this particular ordinance, I think, even more important. So with that, I would move adoption.
Councilmember Thomas, I have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Green and his comment.
All right, I want to just make this clear to the members of the public that though you have a right to own a firearm, no one has a right to own it irresponsibly. And that happens too many instances in which people have arms, guns especially. There was a case recently that we all know of a 6-year-old who shot his school teacher. But unfortunately, and almost unbelievably, the parents did not say that they had stored their weapon improperly. They said they in fact stored it properly. They are absolutely, positively wrong. When a child gets a gun and brings it to a school, it was stored improperly. And we have to separate ownership and right to own a firearm versus right to own it irresponsibly. And it's never good to do that. We have had too many children and too many even adults injured and killed by guns in our city. Too many, of course, by accident, but in general, if we would store our weapons more carefully and recognize the devastation that they can cause in families and to individuals, I think we'd see better storage of our weapons. This is a good thing that goes along with the council's decision recently to raise the penalty for those who don't report their stolen weapons. We're focused on reducing crime in our city, and part of it is going to be to address the issues of guns, the usage, and the storage. Again, Councilman Thomas, you have a right to own a weapon, but not to own it irresponsibly. Thank you for your legislation.
Our state leads is in the high percentile or lower percentile with things that either harm our citizens or don't add to the quality of life. We know the well-being of children in Louisiana is 50th. This well-being also includes our inability to keep them safe from firearms. So this is a step in the right direction. I appreciate Lieutenant Celius and Dr. Avegno and all of the advocates for, I think, positioning us to do something that hopefully will save the lives of children in the future. And again, move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Green. Vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays, and it's adopted. Thank you.
Bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,068 by Councilmember Green, an ordinance to rename the entirety of Higgins Boulevard running between Almanesta Avenue and Alvar Street to Carver Rams Way, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members of the council, you'll remember because we discussed at the last meeting the fact that this motion passed on January the 23rd. This is a technical matter. To change the entirety of Higgins Boulevard to Carver Rams Way. The ordinance was simply not placed on a consent agenda because there wasn't a zoning docket ordinance. And so I'm moving for approval of the confirmation of our motion of the ordinance that we approved back on January the 19th.
Moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by myself.
And with commendations to Carver High School. Carver High School is playing tonight in a playoff game, but Carver High School in general is a great institution.
Go Rams.
We appreciate it. Go Rams.
It's good to see him pulling for another, mentioning another high school. Thank you for catching that, Councilmember Jerusalem.
We're now going to go back to the regular order on page 35. We have ordinance calendar number 34,043 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 1-13 to the code of the city of New Orleans to increase the default penalty for violations of the code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to move, motion to adopt, second by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas, motion's adopted.
On top of page 36. We have a legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,044 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to add section 26-487 to the code of the city of New Orleans to require parking attendants in certain parking lots during certain special events and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember King. Number 1, in section 1 on page 1 on line 18, after the word site, insert the words or the operator shows proof of a contract with a security or enforcement agency that employs enhanced safety measures such as uniforms, body cameras, and labeled vehicles that will patrol the lot. Number 2, in section 1 on page 2 on line 37, after the word of and before the word Mardi, delete the word a, insert in lieu thereof the words and officially permitted. Number 3, on page 3, after section 2, insert section 3 to read as follows. This ordinance shall be enforced until December 21st, 2023, and these requirements shall sunset at that time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to approve the amendments. Second by Councilmember Thomas.
Vote your machine.
5 yeas, no nays. Now we're voting on the actual ordinance
As amended.
as amended. I make a motion to adopt, second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion is adopted. Thank you.
We're now going to go to page 38. We have ordinance calendar number 34,069 has been withdrawn. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,070 by Councilmember Jeruso, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend section 154-534 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require operable flashing lights in all school zones with existing flashing lights and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso. Number 1, on page 1, within the preamble in the an ordinance 2 clause, replace the 2 instances of the word lights with the word beacons. Number 2, on page 1, within the preamble in each of the whereas clauses, replace each instance of word lights with the word beacons. Number 3, on page 1, within the preamble, in the second line of the second whereas clause, after the words to alert motorists, 2, delete the words active ticketing and replace with the words school zone speed limits and. Number 4, on page 2, line 6, before C, the city traffic engineer, add the words B. When and where so designated by a traffic engineer, the speed limit shall also be applicable during any other hours provided. However, such hours are properly posted and the motorist is given proper warning thereof by flashing beacons or other appropriate system designating same. Number 5, on page 2, line 6, delete the words the city and replace the article A. On number 6, on page 2, line 6, delete the word lights and replace with the word beacons. Number 7, on page 2, line 7, delete the word lights and replace with the word beacons. Number 8, on page 2, line 8, delete the word lights and replace with the word beacons. Those are the amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is just a common sense ordinance to which the whole council has signed on. If the city wants to collect money from school zones, and the lights have to be operating in order for the city to collect its money. So I'll move to approve the amendment. Second, we'll have, see council, we have a quorum. 5 yeas, no nays. The amendment carries unanimously. And now on the ordinance as amended. Move for approval, second by Councilmember Thomas. Thank you. Five yeas and nays. Something big. Thank you.
On top of page 39, we have ordinance calendar number 34,071 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance calling an election on October 14, 2023, at which the electors of the city of New Orleans shall be asked to approve an amendment to section 6-102 of the Home Rule Charter, requiring the submission of the operating budget and the proposed revenue and operating budget ordinances be submitted to the council not later than the first day of October. An amendment to section 6-104 of the Home Rule Charter, requiring the City Planning Commission to annually prepare and submit to the mayor a capital program not later than the 15th day of September. And an amendment to section 6-104 of the Home Rule Charter, requiring the mayor to submit the council the capital program as prepared by the City Planning Commission, the capital budget message, and the proposed capital budget ordinance not later than the first day of October, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think as everybody knows that under the charter, we don't receive it until November 1, and we have to vote on it by December the 1st. This charter proposed amendment would move that date up till October 1st. And the real purpose of that is to make sure, first of all, that the public gets as much information as early as possible with regards to the budget, but also to give the departments and the council more time to review. Right now, we have about 2.5 weeks really to look at a $1.6 billion budget, and this expands that significantly without overburdening the administration by providing us that information. So I move to put this on the October ballot, seconded by Vice President Moreno.
I'm a yay, Madam Clerk, my machine can.
7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,072 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance calling an election on October 14, 2023, at which the electors of the city of New Orleans shall be asked to approve an amendment to the Home Rule Charter to establish the Department of Code Enforcement, reassign certain duties of the Department of Safety and Permits and Sanitation to the Department of Code Enforcement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval.
To the point Councilmember Thomas made earlier, right now, code enforcement is not a standalone department. It lives partially in safety and permits, partially in Office of Community Development, and partially in sanitation. If you want a department not to function well, spread it out among 3 different places. And let's also make sure that it has its own budget code so we understand how the money is flowing to it. So again, put this on the October ballot to make sure that voters have a code enforcement office as answerable to them. Seconded by President Morel. I think Councilmember Morel, you're a yay. I know your voice. Yep, he's a yay. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 40, we have ordinance calendar number 34,073 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana to allow and facilitate the planning and construction of the expansion of the Monticello Canal culverts at Airline Highway as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Motion to approve. Second by Councilmember King. Thank you. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,074 by council members Green, Harris, and King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Odyssey House, Louisiana, Inc. to accomplish the valuable public purpose of providing a safe location for intoxicated persons to be brought to recover to a sober state, to extend the term of the CEA for 4 years as more fully set forth in the amendment number 2 form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof, to add the president of the City Council of New Orleans as a signatory to the amendment and authorize the president to sign the amendment and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members of the council, we're familiar with Odyssey House and the work that it does. This ordinance simply approves the extension of a 4-year previously existing CEA. This facility is located in Treme. It's a 25-bed facility that provides publicly intoxicated individuals with short-term safe care to sober up under the supervision of trained professionals. From everything that I've heard, it's working well. And as we can imagine, any place that allows someone who's intoxicated to go safely to recover is good news. So this is an extension for 4 years. Moved by Morrell, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. Mr. Morrell, 7 yeas, no nays, and thank you for extending this very valuable service that is provided by Odyssey House in conjunction with the City of New Orleans.
We're now going to go to the top of page 41. We have ordinance calendar number 34,075 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and New Orleans Redevelopment Authority for a term of 1 year for the public purpose of recovering and rebuilding the city of New Orleans through the strategic management and disposition of properties transferred to the city by the Louisiana Land Trust as more fully detailed in amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to adopt. Seconded by Councilman Moreno. 7 yeas. Motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,081 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Family Justice Center relative to the advocacy initiated response program to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 1 year as more fully set forth in the amendment number 1 as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My office worked hard with the Health Department on this. This is to assist victims of domestic violence. There was a pilot program that was launched in the 3rd District, which provided community-based advocates from the Family Justice Center to directly work with victims of domestic violence. And the pilot was very successful. Now we're able to expand it citywide. So we're excited about this, and that's what the CEA will be able to provide. So I move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas, no nays.
On the top of page 42, we have resolution line over R 2370 is being deferred to March the 23rd. We have resolution on the consent agenda, motion M23F is being removed from the consent and is being placed on the regular agenda. And the purpose of this is because the contract that was set with this motion was the incorrect contract. So we have to amend this to allow for the correct contract to be submitted. So motion M23F by Councilmember Jeruso by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the contract between the city of New Orleans and 22nd Century Technologies, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the contract between the city of New Orleans and 22nd Century Technology, Inc. So the amendment is to add the correct contract. So we need to vote on the amendment first, please.
Moved by me, seconded by Councilmember Druso. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, motion's adopted.
And now, as the motion as amended,
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilmember Druso. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted as amended.
now we're back on page 42. We have motion M23I by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to amendment number 2 of the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and American Traffic Solutions, Inc., and authorizing the council president to execute the agreement between the city of New Orleans and American Traffic Solution, Inc., in accordance with section 70-10 of the Code of the City of New Orleans and Council Rule 57. The Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
Continuing contract not to exceed $11.3 million. But I'm also going to ask the committee to closely watch the DBE goal, which is kind of low. Hopefully we'll be able to exceed that in the future. Move adoption. Need a second. Second by Councilmember King. Vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays, it's adopted.
At the bottom of the page, motion M23J has been deferred to March 23rd. We're now on top of page 44. We have motion M23R by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. For these motions that I'm about to read into the record, we have to suspend Rule 15 because this did not go to committee.
I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. Six yeas, 7 yeas, no nays. Rules suspended.
So we have motion M23R by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, ratifying, confirming, and approving the appointment of Colleen Carr, Jared Vice, Mark Serpentant, nominee, thank you, nominee of Loyola University to the New Orleans Civil Service Commission, effective upon April by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term that will expire on January 12th, 2029, in accordance with Article 10, Section 4 of the Louisiana Constitution.
Withdrawn.
We have motion M23S. This has been withdrawn also. So ordered.
So ordered.
We're now on top of page 45. We have motion M23T by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, ratifying, confirming, and approving the appointment. What is his name again, council member?
Super not.
Mark Supernot, the incumbent nominee of Loyola University to the New Orleans Civil Service Commission, effective upon approval by the council of the city of New Orleans for a term that will expire on January 12th, 2029, in accordance with Article 10, Section 4 of the Louisiana Constitution.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilmember King. Move approval. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
We have motion M23U by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, ratifying, confirming, and approving the appointment of Candace Carr.
Withdrawn, Madam Clerk.
Withdrawn, okay.
So ordered.
On top of page 46. We have motion M23V by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, ratifying, confirming, and approving the appointment of John Corn, incumbent, completing unexpired term of Ronald McLean, nominee of Xavier University to the New Orleans Civil Service Commission, effective upon approval by the council of the city of New Orleans for a term that will expire on January 12th, 2029, in accordance with Article 10, Section 4 of the Louisiana Constitution. The questionnaire was received.
I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Motion is adopted.
We, at the bottom of the page, resolution R23W has been deferred to April 20th. On top of page 47, motion M23X by council members Harris, Morel, and Jeruso, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to amend and reordain ordinance number 4264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 19 to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Historic Urban Neighborhood Commercial Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the use short-term rental commercial within all areas of the city of New Orleans, zone HUMU Neighborhood Mixed-Use District as indicated in the official zoning maps of the city. Aside from the prohibited use of short-term rental commercial, all other permitted and conditional uses shall be as provided in the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The restrictions contained herein shall apply citywide to all lots currently zoned HUMU.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a motion for an interim zoning district to prevent the proliferation of short-term rentals in HUMU zoning districts after our residential short-term regulations pass. My office regularly gets complaints about commercial short-term rentals in the middle of neighborhoods because HUMU zoning abuts residential areas all over the city. With the residential short-term rentals being limited, plus the existing proliferation of commercial short-term rentals in mixed-use districts, it's critical that we act to protect neighborhoods while CPC looks at the commercial short-term rental regulations. Additionally, the other zoning districts in the same classification as HUMU are HUB1 and HUB1A, and they both prohibit commercial short-term rentals because they abut neighborhoods and residential areas. Commercial short-term rentals were deemed inappropriate. Would Council Member Jeruso or Morel like to speak?
I guess sort of two things. One is, now that we're in the middle of residential debate right now, HUMU has both a commercial and a residential feel to it. And these are closely abutting to residential neighborhoods. So I think it's consistent with the way that we are looking at and treating the residential STR issue, number one. And number two, I think that we already have done this in similarly zoned zoning districts. HUB1 and HUB1A do not have commercial STRs allowed in them. So I see this as potentially being aligned with what we have done already, and to try and stem the proliferation of short-term rentals into areas that have qualities of being like commercial, but also significantly residential. Thank you.
I'll provide brief comments. I want to thank Councilmember Harris for taking lead on this. I think that it's important, as we obviously right now are addressing the residential short-term rental issue. It has not gone unheard by this council that we have significant issues going on with commercial short-term rentals, and based upon recent activity, if we do not closely police how commercial expansion is going in the midst of us targeting residential for significant revision, that some projects get ahead of us even before we get to our commercial, overlay and oversight. So thank you, Councilmember Harris, for taking lead on this. I think this is an excellent step in trying to figure out how we're going to address short-term rentals in commercial and mixed-use districts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell?
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Councilmember Harris, Jurissa and Morel for this. I think you stole a lot of my comments already, so I'm going to keep this short. Right, lots of people live in mixed-use zones. They're part of our neighborhoods, and like you said, if we're going to be addressing the residential short-term rentals now, we have to make sure that we put this in place so that investors don't just move their investments into these districts. The only thing that I think is left to say is that the one glaring hole that will remain to be exploited after this passes are the mixed-use areas of the Bywater and Marigny, which are under some of the greatest pressure. So Councilmember King, we would again urge you to add those districts, HMMU and HMC2, to a similar sort of IZD temporarily, again, until we can make sure that we have the right regulations in place so that we don't just shift the burden from one place to another. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside.
As I age, I find myself more and more a linguist. It's hard to have thoughts that you don't have in language. And if you only have one language, you may not be aware of this, but if you've tried two of them, you're aware that sometimes you can have a thought in one language that's really not directly translatable to a thought in the other language. So I used to make fun of linguists. I don't anymore. They sort of control on how we think. First of all, thank you. Second of all, I'm glad that you did this. Third of all, language. So we have currently the language of residential short-term rental, and we have currently the language of commercial short-term rental. But what we need to do is figure out a way to differentiate the 12% of people who just live in a house and actually rent out a bedroom from everybody else. And so we need more language. Now, I don't know how to build that language because I'm not a linguist, but the little person who has one house and who has one bedroom and who's all proud that they get to drive their car to the airport and pick a person up and bring them home and take them out to lunch and do all this stuff and get 5 stars and blah, 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 is not the problem here in New Orleans. The problem here in New Orleans is the hotel industry has decided that it doesn't like elevators and it prefers to use cars. And how we deal with that, I'm not sure, because I haven't figured it out for myself, much less for you. But I want to say thank you for acknowledging that short-term rentals in the commercial area need to be addressed. And I hope that we choose to do a 1-for-1 rather than use money. I hope that we use physical on the ground housing, that if you want a short-term rental, I want an affordable house. Let us make a compromise. You get your short-term rental, I get my affordable house, and I want them in the same building, on the same lot of record. And I want them physically tied together legally so that if my affordable housing is empty, guess what? Your short-term rental is temporarily, hopefully, empty as well. That there is a mechanism for poor people to live in the heart of the city and participate in its life. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Profound as always. I know we have 2 online comments.
First comment is from Sam Levin. Thank you for tackling such a divisive issue in our city and siding with the paid advocates and hotel lobby. Banning commercial short-term rentals in HUMU zonings throughout the city on top of your February 2nd geographic ban via IZD will put an end to the development of this popular transient lodging type. Contractors, realtors, and lenders throughout the city will no longer have to fill their days with STR projects, and the housekeepers, landscapers, and maintenance workers will have a lot more free time. It is such a relief that STRs will no longer be revitalizing our blighted structures and filling in the decayed urban fabric. Now there's room for the many permitted uses that better fit the character of these mixed-use neighborhoods, such as small car dealerships, distilleries, and indoor amusement parks. Even though hostels, hotels, and motels from large out-of-town corporations are still conditionally allowed in this zoning, we at least won't have to deal with the smaller, less obtrusive STRs that are largely locally owned and operated. Further, removing the millions of dollars per year that STRs contribute to the NHIF will make it much less contentious when that fund is mismanaged and not used on affordable housing like it was designed for. Besides, our need for affordable housing must not be that big since we stopped ADUs used in IZD to block an affordable housing development in Lower Algiers, decided not to exempt small multifamily affordable from the new residential STR caps, and didn't adopt any incentives to encourage STR developers to build affordable housing. Thanks for rushing legislation via an IZD and waiving neighborhood participation to stop a growing industry, reduce tax revenue, and eliminate jobs while not helping affordable housing. And the second comment is from Nicholas Bruno. Another city council meeting, another IZD, another waiver of the MPP process from a council that was purportedly in favor of expanding MPPs. Today's IZD seeks to ban commercial STRs in HUMU zones. HUMU zones are intended for areas of mixed-use development that are designed to encourage mixed-use areas that are compatible with adjacent or land or nearby land uses that are pedestrian oriented in character. HUMU allows by right animal hospitals, amusement facilities, art galleries, catering, kitchens, banks, funeral homes, gyms, grocery stores, breweries, distilleries, car dealerships, offices, pet daycares, restaurants, retail stores, and until today's IZD, commercial STRs. HUMU zones allow all of these uses with 0 parking requirements. The whereas clauses of the motion state the purpose of the IZD is to protect residential neighborhoods. If that's the case, why not include car dealerships, funeral homes, and all other commercial uses permitted in HUMU in the IZD? Surely the 10,000 square foot brewery has more of an impact on neighboring residential zones than a 5-bedroom, 10-guest STR. The whereas clause of the motion states the need to preserve housing in the city. Then why not revise the IZD to ban the conversion of existing residential housing in HUMU zones into CSTRs while allowing vacant land and vacant blighted buildings to be redeveloped into CSTRs? While I recognize the need to reassess SCR rules and regulations, I am less clear on the need for an IZD which bans CSTRs in a mixed use zone and with so many permitted non-residential uses in all HUMU zones citywide. What apparently needs to be made clear is that CSTRs have provided benefits to many residents and the city itself. CSTRs contribute $12 for every booked night to the NIF, which is supposed to be used for affordable housing development. That's 2 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. I've moved, Councilmember Morrell seconded. Motion carries. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 48. Motion M23Z has been deferred till March 23rd. Motion M23AA has been deferred till March 23rd. No, we have to go to the consent agenda. We're now on page 4, consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel, Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Tammy Q. June, Administrative Secretary, Board of Liquidation, City Debt. Maybe this should be marked received. We have a communication from Tyra G. Richard, Director of Council Relations, Office of the Mayor, LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23E. We have a communication from Tara G. Richard, Director of Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23F. On top of page 6, the communication from Tara G. Richards has been withdrawn. We have a communication from Tara G. Richard, Director of Council Relation, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23I. We have communication from Nikki Sawinski, 1009 Burgundy Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is March 23rd. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Jonathan Harris, Chief of Staff, to the Chief Administrative Officer. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Tiffany Jackson, CPA, SHRM-SCP, Deputy Director. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Liz Brusso, MPS, Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23D. On top of page 8, we have a communication from Liz Brusso, MPS, Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23H. We have a communication from Liz Brusso, MPS, Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. See motion M23G. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans, 2020 Calhoun Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. On top of page 9, we have a communication from Zach Smith, owner, Zach Smith, Consultant and Design, 2616 Joliet Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. We have the communication from Christian Porcorn Construction, Inc., 3025 Delachey Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. A communication from Christian Porcorn Construction, Inc., 3027 Delachey Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. On top of page 10, we have a communication from Gregory J. Hackenberg, AIA in Carb, 8325 Willow Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. Communication from Zach Smith, owner, Zach Smith Consultant and Design, 2505 Leonardo Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On top of page 11, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, police retention pay. This should be marked received. See motion M23BB. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, retention pay. This should be marked received. Suggested here, motion M23EE. On top of page 12, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, emergency medical service, retention pay. This should be marked received. See motion 23DD. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, automotive retention pay. This should be marked received. The suggested hearing This should be marked received. See motion M23CC. Communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received. On top of page 13, we have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 900 South Peter Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of Stella Zimat, Independent Police Monitor, Office of the Independent Police Monitor. This should be marked received. We have a report of Anita Curran, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, 2126 Mandeville Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of Anita Curran, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, 824 Locust Place. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, March 23rd. We have ordinance calendar number 34,053 by Council Member Harris, 2400 Napoleon Avenue, zoning docket 8422. On top of 15, we have ordinance calendar number 34,054 by Council Member King, 3200 to 3208 Burgundy Street, zoning docket 9422. We have ordinance calendar number 34,055 by Council Member Harris. Municipal address is 623 Orange Street, zoning docket 9622. On top of page 16, we have ordinance calendar number 34,056 by Council Member Harris. Municipal address is 4210 through 4214 Magazine Street, zoning docket 9722. We have ordinance calendar number 34,064 by Council Member King, 3670 Bennett Street, zoning docket 9322. Page 17, ordinance calendar number 34,065 by Council Member King, zoning docket 9822. Ordinance calendar number 34,066 by Council Member King, 235. Municipal addresses 235 to 237 Basin Street, 1208 through 1216 Bienville Street, zoning docket 9922. On top of page 18, ordinance calendar number 34,067 by Council Member Green. Municipal addresses 2221 Fillmore Avenue, 5300 Marigny Street, zoning docket 423. Ordinance calendar number 34,076 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 19, ordinance calendar number 34,077 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,078 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 20, motion ordinance calendar number 34,079 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note received. The Budget Audit Review Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,080 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 21, motion M23A by Council Members Jerusalem, Thomas, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, and Green. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Motion M23B by Council Members Jerusalem, King, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 22, motion M23C by Council Members Jerusalem, Thomas, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, and Green by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Motion M23D by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 23, motion M23E by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On top of page 24, motion M23G by Council Members Thomas, Jeruso, Morel by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Motion M23H by Councilmember Thomas, Jeruso, and Morel by request. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
There are, Mr. Burnside, you have 4 cards. Do you want me to consolidate these into one block, or you want to do each?
I can do it in less than 4 minutes.
Okay, so let's give him
So
5 minutes.
consent-
5
consent-
minutes.
Consent's a beautiful thing. So basically on number 1, I'm back here to talk to you, fair warning, I'm gonna come and talk to you about utilities, and I'll try to schedule it with your staff, but I want to talk to you guys each individually. And sometime maybe in April, because I realize that short-term rentals, residential are gonna chew everything up till March 23rd, but I wanted to warn people publicly that I care about poles, I care about them when they fall down, and I care about them when they have broken cross arms on them. As far as 35 and 36, Councilman King, in regards to your lower Algiers people who are very, very competent, maybe we can figure out a way to encourage them to let the bus cross over the bridge so that the bus goes across the intercoastal waterway. And maybe somewhere there is room for some initiative on their part that they would be comfortable putting some sort of affordable housing somewhere that they initiated and thought about, rather than have us tell them. And then the other thing is that here in number 36, the last bit of Storyville is going to disappear, and with it, one of the 2 square utility poles in the world, which is all right, but somebody should go down there and take a look at it in a picture before it all goes away. And then the last thing, of course, is the good old code enforcement, which nobody wants to take responsibility for anymore. In number 45, it's good that we're spending money to do lot abatement. I am glad for that. When I went to look at the paperwork, I thought I would be finding paperwork involving title research, because title research is where everything goes to die. And so at some point, some of you may want to talk to code enforcement about getting some outside help to do their title research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. That concludes everyone wishing to speak. Mr. Green has moved to adopt the consent agenda. I have seconded. Please vote your machines. If we- Six yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
I will move. Council Vice President Moreno seconds. That's fine. That's okay. She moves, I second. Please vote your machines. Suspend the rules. Six yeas, no nays. First reads.
Ordinance on first readings, calendar number 34,084 by Councilmember Moreno, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 70-462 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to equitable business opportunity programs reporting for contracts executed by the City of New Orleans and to provide otherwise with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,085 by Councilmember King by request, an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a 3-year cooperative endeavor agreement with Elaine P. Nunez Community College to establish a course designed to prepare and train students as emergency medical technicians, subject to examination and approval by the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Ordinance calendar 34,086 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to the cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the Verges Development District to extend the CEA's term from 1 year as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,087 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment into the intergovernmental agency agreement between the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the State of Louisiana Military Department to extend the IAG's term from 1 year as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,088 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to the cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service to extend the CA's term from 2 years as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made part hereof and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,089 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit live entertainment secondary use in the brewery in the MU1 medium intensity mixed use district on square 21 lot X in the 4 municipal district bounded by Chapatula Street, 8th Street, St. Thomas Street, and 7th Street, municipal address 3033 Chapatula Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket number 623. Ordinance calendar 34,090 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the greater New Orleans for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of promoting economic growth and prosperity in the city of New Orleans for all its citizens in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,091 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate capital outlay funds awarded by the state of Louisiana Facility Planning and Control to the city of New Orleans for the Sewage and Water Board Power Plant Planning and Construction Project and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,092 by Councilmember Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-266 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate capital outlay funds awarded by the state of Louisiana Facility Planning and Control to the city of New Orleans for Sewage and Water Board Power Plant Planning and Construction Project and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,093 by Councilmember Moreno, Green, Thomas, and King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded to the city of New Orleans for the West Bank Ferry Terminal renovations, planning, and construction project, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,094 by Councilmember Jeruso, Moreno, Green, Thomas, and King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-266 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing the operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded to the city of New Orleans for the West Bank Ferry Terminal renovations, planning, and construction project, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,095 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate donated funds received by CLB Investments to the police department to purchase equipment and supplies and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,096 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitling ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate donated funds received by CLB investments to the police department to purchase equipment and supplies and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,097 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement by the city of New Orleans Capital Area Corporate Recycle Council and CompuDump Inc. for the valuable purpose of providing electronic waste removal and recycling service, reducing dumping fees, reducing electronic waste in landfills, and providing greater access to technology to extend the term thereof for 1 year and to increase the maximum aggregated amount of compensation as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 form attached here to as exhibit 1 and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,098 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance authorizing the execution of a cooperative endeavor agreement by and among the city of New Orleans, state of Louisiana, Broad Street Sports Entertainment and Dining Economic Development District, state of Louisiana, 504 Gulf LLC, related to collection, use, and expenditure of a 2% sales and use tax to be levied in said district and provide for other matters in connection therewith. That concludes ordinance on first readings.
We're gonna have quite enough, a next meeting, huh? Boy, we're gonna be.
All right, guys. 5 yeas, no nays, 6 days on it, 7. 7 is. Okay.